Chapter 219. In late May, MCMAU's loan policy was officially launched on the platform. At the same time, the platform also launched a buy one get one free event. Buy a rank 3 vitality pill for 40 credits and get a normal vitality pill for 3 credits. The more you buy, the more you get. Pills were not slow-selling goods, and there was no rush to clear the inventory. Even if there were no discounts, everyone would still want to get their hands on them, let alone discounts. With discounts and a loan policy on May 25th, the loan system had just been launched. Almost all the students who had a quota borrowed everything. On that day, a large group of MCMAU rank 3 martial artists almost cursed Fong Ping to death. Why don't we have any? What kind of logic is this? Rank 1 and 2 martial artists can borrow, aspiring martial artists can borrow, but we can't. What does Fong Ping mean? Doesn't the school care? The Martial Arts Society was in an uproar. Fong Ping was such a bully. In the whole of MCMAU, almost all martial artists below rank 3 had opened the loan system, except for rank 3 martial artists. Almost all rank 3 martial artists were members of the Martial Arts Society. In many people's eyes, this was obviously a move against the Martial Arts Society. Even Qin Fengqing, who had not meddled in other people's business recently, scolded. Fong Ping is forcing us to mess with him. Old Qin was poor. Recently he had been starving. If not for the Martial Arts Society's help, he would have starved to death. With Qin Fengqing's ability, borrowing thousands of credits would have been a piece of cake if the loan system had been opened. Who knew? He did not even have a single penny. Everyone looked at each other, and finally at Fu Changding and the others. These people were Fong Ping's classmates, and they were also members of the Ping Yuan Club. They should know the situation, right? Fu Changding, who had been dragged to the meeting, felt helpless. Dozens of rank 3 martial artists were staring at him. It was so stressful. Qin Fengqing almost held a knife to his neck. He said angrily, Fu Changding, Fong Ping and Xie Lei's fight has nothing to do with us. Why can't he lend us credits? That's right. I've already set my eyes on a C-class longsword. It's only 200 credits short. It's not like I won't return it or can't afford it. What does Fong Ping mean? That's right. The dispute between him and Xie Lei is their business. Don't drag our martial arts club into it. Isn't Fong Ping afraid of provoking public anger by doing this? Everyone was seething with anger. This was simply too much. Everyone initially thought that they were rank 3. Distance's platform announced to the public that the upper limit for rank 1 martial artist was 100 credits and rank 2 martial artists were 300 credits. Even if they didn't say 1,000 credits, they should at least have 500, right? In the end, there was nothing. They had clearly chosen the pills and weapons and were just waiting to pay. But now, there was a gap and the good things were all gone. Fu Changding looked embarrassed as everyone stared at him. After a while, he stammered, Tell us now, or else we'll treat you as Fong Ping's accomplice. If Fong Ping refuses to come out, we'll start with you. Fu Changding was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He said sheepishly, Fong Ping and Zhao Lei are best buddies. They have a good relationship. Zhao Lei's face continued to darken. The current him, if his face was not swollen, then it was black. He had almost forgotten what it felt like to smile. Cut the crap. Tell me what's going on. Fu Changding said helplessly. What Fong Ping means is that rank 3 are considered high-risk customers, and we need to review them slowly. What does that mean? It means that rank 3 go into the catacombs and die a lot. It's not too safe, Fu Changding said reluctantly. Everyone was stunned. Then, Qin Fengqing scolded loudly. This bastard, he's cursing us. Fu Changding saw that he was about to kill someone and said hurriedly, Before we came, Fong Ping also asked us to pass on a message to everyone. Rank 3 can borrow credits, but the interest must be increased. Bastard. This is too much. Everyone was furious. Was this discrimination? He said, high-risk customers, if the interest is low, he will definitely lose and he can't afford it. The school is also only willing to bear a small portion, unless everyone can convince the school to bear all of it. Everyone glared at him. What a joke. If it could be persuaded, he would have done it long ago. How much does he want to increase? At least 5%, and then it depends on the situation. For example, President Qin. Fang Ping wants at least 10%. The risk is higher than others. Qin Fengqing was stunned for a moment. Then his nose almost twisted in anger. What Fang Ping meant was that the probability of him, Qin Fengqing, kicking the bucket was higher. The risk was high, and they had to be wary of him. Qin Fengqing wanted to vomit blood. The others looked indignant and said indignantly, "That's President Qin and the others' problem. We're safe in the catacombs." This time, Qin Fengqing was not angry. Instead, he glared at the person who spoke like he wanted to kill someone. So what you're saying is that I'm the one dragging everyone down. Fang Ping had long expected the quarrel in the Martial Arts Society. Dean's office. Fang Ping was currently reporting on his work. We've just opened the loan system today. Within 3 hours, we've already lent out 80,000 credits. Fang Ping sighed and said, Dean, the school has seen how poor our students are and how much they need credits. I think we should increase the quota of 100,000 credits. Huang Jing did not care about this. Instead, he frowned and said, Why not rank 3 martial artists? Risk control, Fang Ping said and immediately added, Of course, I've also reserved 20,000 credits for them. However, this qualification needs to be examined. We can't purposely encourage the students to die. Some rank 3 martial artists are very arrogant. Once they have equipment, good weapons, and good pills, I'm afraid they'll go to the catacombs immediately. I think we need to control these people a little. We can't let them die in vain. That's why when it comes to rank 3 martial artists, I think we should urge some of them to go to the catacombs. For others, I think we should let them calm down. Dean, do you think what I'm saying makes sense? Huang Jing glanced at him. After a while, he said, I heard that you want to increase interest for rank 3 martial artists. Dean, I have no other choice. If I don't increase interest, everyone will want to borrow credits, now that the interest is so low. It's fine for rank 1 and 2. At most, they'll accept some missions on the surface. However, most rank 3 martial artists will go to the catacombs. It's too dangerous. When there are too many casualties, the school will only bear 5%, which is a rotten debt of 5,000 credits. Then I'll have to bear the rest. I can't afford it unless the school can give me more. Don't even think about it. Huang Jing interrupted him, saying in a low voice, The school encourages students to participate in actual combat, but that doesn't mean they're willing to let students die. If we really let them go, the school will be worried that you'll purposely encourage a large number of students to go to the catacombs and die. I swear to God! Fang Ping felt wronged. He raised his hand and said angrily, Dean, am I that kind of person? What's in it for me to let everyone die? You're wronging me. Did Xiale complain? I knew it. This kind of person is narrow-minded and likes to snitch. How old are they already? Yet they still do such immoral things. Huang Jing was speechless. He said, It has nothing to do with Xiale. Fang Ping came to a sudden realization. He said angrily, So it was Instructor Tang who said it? He's too much. He can question my professionalism, but he can never question my character. Dean, for instructors like Instructor Tang who wrong students, I suggest that he should go to the catacombs and kill a few hundred rank 6 martial artists to make up for his mistake. Silence! Huang Jing shouted softly. What was going on in this kid's head? Was he trying to screw Tang Feng over? Huang Jing could not be bothered with him. He had a lot of things to do. He did not have the time to talk nonsense with him. He thought for a while and said, The school approved 100,000 credits in advance. It's already very difficult. It was impossible for him to do more than that. The school's funds are tight. When the new students start school next semester, the school still needs to prepare a batch of pills and weapons to satisfy the new students' needs. MCMAU's enrollment is expanding this year. It's the first time they've enrolled 2,000 people. The school is now having a headache because of the funding gap. Didn't CCMAU say they'll give us 10% of the resources? Huang Jing sighed. There's still a gap. Dean, I think it's actually easy to solve this problem. Our school has graduated many high-ranked martial artists. We can ask them for donations. They're all rich. Huang Jing glared at him. Fang Ping egged him on. Dean, I think this is really reliable. Why don't you let me handle it? I'll be in charge of collecting donations for the school. I don't think it'll be a problem if it's 1 billion or 800 million. It was MCMAU's 60th anniversary. How many powerhouses had graduated? There were governors, big shots in business, big shots in the military department, big shots in the political world, and many other industries. Fang Ping was thinking about using this opportunity to get in touch with big shots in various industries. He could also open up channels for his own business. At the same time, he could see if he could find rich people to finance him. This year is MCMAU's 60th anniversary. I think we should hold a celebration. We're talking about celebrating the school's anniversary and collecting donations at the same time. Huang Jing pondered for a moment. We'll talk about it later. Reaching out to the graduates, martial artists cared about their reputation too. Fang Ping, on the other hand, disagreed. Did those powerhouses even care about the tens of millions? Moreover, MCMAU was also trying to cultivate more elite martial artists. What was wrong with collecting donations? As he said this, Huang Jing seemed to have forgotten the previous topic. He waved his hand and said, "Got it. You can leave first." "I'll leave first then. Dean, if the school really wants to collect donations, they can ask me to be in charge. I'm a student. I can also ask, get out." Huang Jing waved his hand. This kid was really enthusiastic about these things. Seeing that Fang Ping was about to leave, Huang Jing suddenly said, "Right, go to old Li's place. Tell him his application has been approved." "Application? He'll understand once you tell him." "I'll go then." Fang Ping did not delay. He quickly left the dean's office and went straight to the logistics department. The logistics department was even more desolate now. Most of the many windows from before were now closed. There were not as many martial artists left to guard the place. Seeing Fang Ping, Old Man Li said lazily, "You have credits again?" "No, I haven't been on missions recently. How can I have credits?" Fang Ping shook his head. He would have them soon, though. 100,000 credits. That would be 30 credits in a day's loan. The probability of something happening to rank 1 and 2 martial artists and aspiring martial artists was extremely low. In a month, that would be 900 credits in the account. If rank 3 martial artists were given higher interest, that would be at least 1,000 credits. If Fang Ping got his share, he would be able to get 100 credits. Next month, these 1,000 credits would become the capital. If he lent it out again, he would get another 10 credits in interest. These were purely Fang Ping's personal profits. The school only wanted 90% of the annual profit from the quota. In other words, the school meant that if he lent 100,000 credits out every year and the annual interest was 10%, the school only needed to get 9,000 credits. The school did not care about the rest. There was too much room for maneuvering. Moreover, if the school did not take back the credits in advance, the annual interest would be more than 10,000 credits. Fang Ping was even considering exchanging some pills and selling them as a second-hand dealer. This way, the price difference would not be low. Of course, if the school and pill and weapon companies found out, there was a high chance he would be thrown into the catacombs. Of course, Fang Ping would not say these things out loud. It was not like no one in MCMAU had found out. It was not hard to find out. No one mentioned it now. Maybe they were digging a hole for him to jump into. Fong Ping did not mention this. He said immediately, I just came from the dean's office. He said that your application has been approved. Instructor, have you applied to change jobs? Change jobs. Old man Li was stunned. Then he thought of something and looked at Fong Ping with a smile. It's not about work. Oh, right, Fong Ping. You've been improving very slowly recently. This is not a good sign. Fong Ping laughed dryly. I'm an outburst type of player. I'm accumulating my foundation now. I might be upper stage rank 3 in a few days. Is that so? Old man Li murmured, You're still slacking. This is not good. Looks like you've forgotten to put pressure on yourself recently. Fong Ping looked gloomy. I'm under a lot of pressure, okay? Forget it. Pressure doesn't come out of nowhere. Old man Li did not continue this topic. He said, Are you free tomorrow? Come with me. Where? It's a good place. It'll help you. Fong Ping heard this and said quickly, The place you mentioned last time. It's good for going into the catacombs? Yes. Do you want to go? Yes. Fong Ping was overjoyed. He nodded quickly. Of course he wanted to go. Remember to come earlier tomorrow. Okay. They agreed to go out together tomorrow. Fong Ping left the logistics department happily. After he left, Old Man Li yawned and said, I almost forgot about this. I didn't expect the application to be approved. As for what the application was, it was naturally an application to bring people into the research institute. That place was highly confidential. Fong Ping, who was overjoyed, did not know about this. He had just received a call from Li Qingze. Now he was even happier. How much good news was this? The platform was open. The loan business was smooth. He could sit and collect money every day. Old man Li wanted to bring him to fight for benefits. Now, even the company had people who were optimistic about it. The financing had entered a new stage. A few institutions had already made their official offers. Either I don't come or I don't come. My luck isn't bad. Fong Ping was grinning from ear to ear. Hundreds of millions of wealth was probably not far away now, right? As for himself, his progress was slow. However, these days he was not mainly honing his bones. Instead, he was mainly honing his physique. He was also taking pills and bathing. Chapter 220. May 26th. Fong Ping drove his small car and waited at the entrance of the logistics department. Very quickly, Old Man Li walked out with his hands behind his back. Fong Ping got out of the car and opened the door, beaming. Instructor, where are we going? To the Southern Contribution District. There's a Southern Contribution Research Institute there. Do you know it? Research Institute. Fong Ping thought for a while. I'll ask when I get there. Do you know it, instructor? Yes. It's not far. Look for it yourself. Okay. After deciding on the location, Fong Ping drove out. In the car, Old Man Li closed his eyes to rest. After a moment of silence, he said suddenly, Xiao Lei has reached peak rank 3. Qin Fengqing is almost rank 4. What you did yesterday has offended these people. You're middle stage rank 3 now. Aren't you worried? Instructor, you can't blame me for this. It's useless to explain to me. There's still no progress on your vitality recovery. It's best not to use it for now. Do you know what I mean? Recently, someone in the military department mentioned this. They think that if it can be popularized in the military, Fong Ping's heart skipped a beat. He complained, Instructor, I was born like this. I can't do anything about it. Isn't NMAU's Wang Jinyang the same? He honed his bones faster. His vitality is slightly stronger than others. His recovery speed is the same too. He's different from you. It's normal for him. You're different. Your vitality can sustain outbursts of more than 10,000 cal. Instructor, this might have something to do with my strong mentality. Old Man Li yawned. It's useless to tell me. They have to check it sooner or later. I'm not talking about doing anything to you, but at least they have to answer to the military department. Do you understand what I mean? Making some things public is for your own good. It can reduce a lot of trouble for you. Hiding it will only cause more trouble. The more you do it, the more tempting it will be. In the end, even grandmasters will have to pay attention. Lu Fengru said that you're preparing for the catacombs. She's not allowed to disturb you now. However, once you come out of the catacombs, this will have to be resolved. As he said that, Old Man Li laughed. Of course, you can hide in the catacombs. I believe you're lucky. You can live comfortably. Want to try? Fong Ping said dryly. Why? There's nothing that can't be said. Mercurial bone marrow, can you really do that? Really, you can capture energy particles with your mental strength. Really? Fong Ping said it without hesitation. It did not matter whether it was true or not. It was the truth now. Old Man Li did not mind. He smiled and said, I'll repeat what I said before. It's useless to tell me. You have to tell someone else. You have to do an appraisal. The Research Institute in Nanfeng was also an appraisal organization. Of course, the purpose of bringing you here this time is not to do an appraisal for you. Don't worry, we'll talk about it after you leave the catacombs. Fong Ping's heart trembled slightly. He asked cautiously, Why are we going there? The main business over there is to research other things, such as things from the catacombs, some flora and fauna. You haven't seen them yet. It's beneficial to go there and broaden your knowledge. There's still a difference between the real thing and the pictures, don't you think? Fong Ping nodded. That's true. Are there energy stones there? Of course there are. There are all kinds of purity. I'll bring you over to have a look. You can actually observe and distinguish them so that you won't miss out on the benefits when you enter the catacombs. Understood. Fong Ping was extremely grateful. On the surface world, the chances of coming into contact with products from the catacombs were too slim. These things were very important to humans. This included MCMAU. When Fong Ping and the others attended classes, they did not have the real thing either. The school only allowed them to look. Previously, the old professor had brought an energy stone over for everyone to look at, but in the end, he did not allow them to touch it. Everyone could only look, and they were very dissatisfied. Not to mention other flora and fauna. There was almost no real thing. An hour later, Fong Ping arrived at the Nanfeng Research Institute. It only took a little more than 10 minutes to drive from MCMEU to here. As for why it took so long, Fong Ping had always felt that it was Old Man Li's fault. The old man was old and his memory was bad. He always pointed the wrong way. Old Man Li looked at Fong Ping strangely. As they walked, he said, There's a defect in your body. Fong Ping was surprised. Defect? This is an illness. It needs treatment or more training. Your memory isn't bad, but you lack the ability to transform things into a three-dimensional perspective. Of course, it's also commonly known as having a poor sense of direction. You have to pay attention to this situation. Do you want me to assign a guide for you when you go out in the future? Fong Ping said gloomily, Instructor, this isn't considered an illness. It's just that there are too many roads in Magic City. I don't have this problem in Sun City. You mean the kind of road that leads to the end? Unless you're an idiot, you don't have this problem. How big was Sun City? One road led to all directions. If he got lost, he would not have a poor sense of direction, but he would be blind. Fong Ping looked embarrassed. At this time, the two of them had arrived at the entrance of the Research Institute. Before they entered the door, Fong Ping could already feel the strong vitality force. Stop! This is a military-controlled area. The security guard at the door was not wearing military uniforms, nor was he carrying any weapons, but he had a strong vitality outburst. Fong Ping sensed that he should be a peak rank 1 martial artist. The fact that 2 peak rank 1 martial artists were assigned to guard the door showed how powerful they were. Old Man Li did not waste any time. He took out his martial arts license and tossed it over, saying lazily, I've applied for it. The guard looked at the license and scanned it on the machine next to him. He said respectfully, Master Li, please enter. Old Man Li stepped in. Just as Fong Ping was about to enter, the guard said, "Sir, please show me your license." Fong Ping took out his martial arts license. The guard scanned it on the machine and looked at Fong Ping in surprise. A rank 3 martial artist. MCMAU was indeed a gathering place for prodigies. He was so young. According to the age registration on his martial arts license, Fong Ping was only 19 years old. This was too young. Old Man Li had applied for a 2-person trip. Fong Ping was an MCMAU student, so he was allowed to enter very quickly. Stepping through the Research Institute's entrance, there was a whole new world inside. At the entrance was an empty space. There was nothing but patrolling martial artists. Under the watchful eyes of many martial artists, Fong Ping and Old Man Li walked across the empty space and entered the real building. After entering, there was only a long passageway. At this moment, there was already someone waiting at the entrance. Seeing Fong Ping and Old Man Li, a middle-aged man in a white coat smiled. "Old Man Li, long time no see. Busy no time." Old Man Li gave a perfunctory reply. Fong Ping was full of disdain. Would anyone believe his words? Old Man Li had said he wanted to find something to do last time, but now he was sleeping in the logistics department every day. How could he be busy? The man in the white coat did not mind. He looked at Fong Ping and smiled. "Is this your student, Old Man Li?" "Yes." "Let's go. We'll talk inside." Old Man Li did not say much. The man in the white coat entered the passageway's password, matched his retina, and scanned his ID before bringing the 2 of them in. Fong Ping was a little surprised to see his complicated operation. Old Man Li explained casually, "This is a research institute jointly funded by the government and martial arts universities. It's also one of the most high-end research institutes in Sino Nation and the world." "Of course, this is not all. Forget it, it's useless to tell you. This passageway is 200 meters long. The surroundings are made of alloy, including the underground. If you want to enter the research institute, you can only enter from here. There's only one passageway, and there's not even an emergency exit. This passageway is here, barging in without authorization. Those below Grandmaster level will almost certainly die." Fong Ping was speechless. So strict. Of course. As Old Man Li spoke, the man in the white coat beside him smiled and said, "The things being researched here are all extremely important, so the level of confidentiality is very high." Oh, Fong Ping did not ask further and followed the 2 of them inside. After passing through 3 doors in a row, Fong Ping and the others entered a large hall. The moment Old Man Li entered the hall, he said, "Bring us to the Human Research Institute." All right. The man in the white coat did not waste any time. He led the 2 of them forward. Fong Ping looked left and right, but he did not see anyone. The hall was not used for research. It was more like a place for researchers to relax and move around. The hall, on the other hand, was connected to many passageways that led to different research institutes. At this moment, the man in the white coat led the 2 of them to one of the passageways. A minute later, after a few inspections, the 3 of them arrived at a brightly lit new hall. Old Man Li tilted his head and asked, "Is there any live research going on now?" "Yes, Professor Wang is currently working on it. I'll bring you there to take a look." "All right." The man in the white coat continued to lead the way. Soon, they stopped at the entrance of a laboratory on either side of the hall. "Old Man Li, it's here. Shall we go in?" "There's no need. We'll just watch from the entrance." As he spoke, Old Man Li looked at Fong Ping and said, "Come take a look." Fong Ping's face was full of curiosity. He walked over hurriedly and looked inside through the transparent glass. At this moment, in the laboratory inside, a few researchers in the same white coat were talking in low voices. In front of them was a person, a living person. Don't ask Fong Ping how he knew that it was a living person. The person's limbs were still struggling violently. Fong Ping gulped and said softly, "Instructor, this is—" Old Man Li said casually, The human body is the most complicated and difficult system to understand. It's also the most mysterious. How can weak humans become martial artists and grandmasters with an indestructible golden body? How can they transform their flesh and blood into an indestructible body? It's full of mysteries. That's why humans have never stopped their research all these years. This place is one of the largest research institutes, and its main focus is on some special people. For example, people with bone marrow mutations, people with mentality mutations, and all sorts of other mutations. Oh, right. Speaking of which, people like you are actually considered mutated humans. Fong Ping gulped again and said softly, using living people for research. Yes, there are too few examples. There's no other way. Then they're willing. Of course not. Cough, cough. Maybe they are. I'm not sure about the specifics. Old Manly laughed. Then he said excitedly, it's dissecting the head this time? Can we go in and take a closer look? The white coat beside him smiled and said, I'll ask. It should be possible. This is actually the 4th time a brain has been dissected this month. Professor Wang has been researching a new topic that has been put aside recently. Is mentality related to the brain? Is there a carrier for mentality inside the brain? Previous research has not been successful, mainly because we lack high-ranked powerhouses as research subjects. Although this experimental subject is not high-ranked, his mentality is much stronger than the average person's. He can sense. Fong Ping's expression changed, turning slightly green. Old Manly, on the other hand, glanced at him and said lightly, That's true. Martial artists below rank 7 whose mentality can be sensed are extremely rare. This kind of experimental subject is very rare. Forget it, we won't go in. If we disturb Professor Wang and the experimental subject dies, that would be a sin. As he said that, Old Manly looked at Fong Ping and said softly, Your mentality can be sensed, right? No. Fong Ping denied it at first. Then he said immediately that maybe, Instructor, this is too inhumane. Dissecting the brain for research. Can they survive this? There's no other way. Mentality is related to grandmasters. We can't dissect grandmasters for research, can we? These martial artists who can sense mentality in advance are not very strong. Coincidentally, they can also sense mentality. Using them for experiments is the most suitable. Even if they die, they'll still be contributing to scientific research. If the secret is really discovered, people can sense mentality in advance. Maybe there will be more grandmaster powerhouses among humans. Then, all the sacrifices will be worth it. For humanity. Old Man Lee's expression was solemn. The white coat guy said seriously, Everything is for humanity. Moreover, in our eyes they're not. Cough, cough. Little Chin, don't be too cold-blooded. They're also contributing to science and to humanity. They're still valuable. You're right, old man. On the other hand, Fong Ping's face was pale. For humanity, this title was too noble. If grandmasters could not dissect them, then rank 3 martial artists were probably worthless, right? They could be dissected. Old Manly sighed. For the future of humanity, it's also our responsibility to stain the hands of you researchers with blood. The white coat guy's face was flushed. Old man, don't say that. Even if we're seen as executioners, so what? As long as we can increase the chances of a master martial artist like you achieving a breakthrough. Even if all of us die, it'll be worth it. Little Chin, don't be so agitated. If you guys die, that'll be humanity's loss. While the 2 of them were chatting animatedly, Fong Ping was staring at the interior of the laboratory. A precision scalpel was cutting the other party's head without anesthesia, because Fong Ping saw the other party struggling. So brutal. Old Manly had been watching him from the corner of his eyes. When he heard him mumbling to himself, he laughed. You can't anesthetize him. His mentality will only be active when he's awake. If he's unconscious, his mentality will not be active anymore. Fong Ping, after coming out of the catacombs, you can examine him here. The conditions here are very good. Instructor, don't worry, we're here. When the time comes, we'll call the dean and the rest. Do you think the military department will dare to dissect you on the spot for research? The muscles on Fong Ping's face twitched. He said dryly, but, of course, if only you were a grandmaster. Nothing would be a problem then. I'm only rank 3. That's why I said you have to perform well. There are a lot of middle stage rank 3 martial artists. Only the upper stage and peak have some value. They're the elites of humanity. Old Man Li laughed again. If you become an elite, then even if you have some peculiarities, people will still accept you. But if you're not an elite, you still have to maximize the benefits. Humanity needs powerhouses. Powerhouses, elites, Fong Ping murmured. At this time, there was a sudden movement in the laboratory. A few people in white coats were in a flurry, doing something hurriedly. However, in the next moment, the experimental body that was still struggling just now suddenly stopped moving. After a while, the experimental platform that was still occupied just now was suddenly empty. The few people in white coats in the laboratory beat their feet and chests, looking extremely disappointed. Fong Ping's eyes widened. What was going on? Where were they? Old Man Li glanced at them, frowning slightly. He pulled Fong Ping out, chuckling. Let's go to the next place. Instructor, what happened just now? As Fong Ping spoke, he suddenly said, Catacombs humans. Old Man Li said lightly, Is that so? Maybe. The catacombs humans and humans here are doing research together. Everyone has something in common. Maybe. Fong Ping glanced at him. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Instructor, are you trying to tell me that if I don't become a powerhouse, I'll be dissected? Is that so? Old Man Li chuckled. It'll be fine. Why would they dissect you? At most, they'll cut off some bones and flesh to study, don't you think so? Fong Ping was speechless. Was he trying to scare him on purpose? Old Man Li could really do it. If he had not seen the person suddenly die and disappear, Fong Ping would have been a little scared. It was too cruel, cutting him up while he was still alive. However, very soon, Fong Ping's attention was diverted. He asked hurriedly, Instructor, did that person really resurrect in the catacombs? This was too illogical. Old Man Li nodded and said in a low voice, It's true. Not only that, did you see it? All of it disappeared, including the blood that was drawn from his body and the organs that were cut off. All of it will disappear. It's different for the catacombs, humans killed in the catacombs. The corpses brought back will always exist. How exactly is this done? Science can't give us an answer at the moment. We can only slowly explore. Kid, are you interested in fighting with the catacombs humans we captured? Of course, they're not afraid of death. They're really not afraid of death. As for you, if you die, you die. When the white coat guy heard that, he immediately said awkwardly, Old Man Li, there aren't many living bodies left in the research institute. Old Man Li rolled his eyes and said impatiently, Catch them after they're dead. Can't we let this kid try? Old Man Li, there really aren't many left. You also know that it's very difficult to capture living bodies. Moreover, the living bodies that we've brought out so far are at least peak rank 3. Fong Ping was puzzled at first. Then he asked suddenly, the catacombs entrance doesn't allow catacombs humans below rank 3 to enter? This was something that had been mentioned in class before. The catacombs entrance might be a one-way passageway. Currently, only catacombs creatures of rank 3 and above could pass through. Those with lower abilities could not. According to the old professor, 700 years ago, even rank 9 catacombs creatures might not be able to pass through this kind of barrier. This was also the reason why catacombs creatures had not attacked the first entrance in Shishan province for many years. Of course, all of this was speculation. After all, it was something that happened hundreds of years ago. Old Man Li nodded but did not say much. Instead, he looked at Fong Ping and said, Kid, improve faster. Otherwise, if you get dissected here next time, don't blame us for not protecting you. It's better to rely on yourself than others. Don't think that I'm scaring you, especially if someone is faking it. Then we'll definitely investigate it thoroughly. Without strength, resistance is useless. Do you understand? Fang Ping nodded with a heavy expression. Of course, he understood this. Let's go. I'll bring you to see some other good stuff. There's probably no way to fight. It's too exhausting. Old Man Li was a little regretful that something had gone wrong this time. Otherwise, he would at least wait until they were out of the research institute before telling Fang Ping to scare this kid. What a pity. Chapter 221. As they walked to the other passageways, Old Man Li suddenly said in a low voice, "If the bone marrow can't be jade-textured, then there's only one way to solve the problem." Fang Ping's footsteps slowed. Become stronger. When you become a grandmaster, no, as long as you reach rank 6, then everything will be fine. Time can help you drag it out. MCMAU is your confidence. However, you've always had no hope of becoming a grandmaster, and yet you can't explain why your vitality is endless. Kid, think about it. Even if you want MCMAU to help you withstand the pressure, you have to let others see your value. MCMAU doesn't lack rank 3 martial artists, not even rank 4 or 5. However, MCMAU lacks grandmasters. Humans lack them too. As for Fang Ping's bone marrow not being honed, if Huang Jing said no, then it must be true. Old Man Li was not optimistic about whether this kid could do it. If Fang Ping could not explain, even if they did not pursue the matter, there were countless powerhouses among humans. There would always be people who would be more radical. When that happened, Fang Ping would be in a difficult position. The only way was to become stronger. When Fang Ping demonstrated his potential to become a grandmaster, some of the voices would disappear. A grandmaster powerhouse was comparable to an army of 3 lower rank, 3 martial artists. In order to let the 3 lower rank, 3 martial artists have the slightest hope of showing signs of endless vitality, it would be better to wait for Fang Ping to become a grandmaster. These 2 things depended on the magnitude of their value. Fang Ping said in a muffled voice, "I know." Then don't think about those messy things, including that platform. Don't take it too seriously. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. You don't know the situation. How can I improve so quickly without money? Do you really think that I can have endless vitality just because I'm talented? Everything today is built on the foundation of wealth and the foundation of the system. If I don't earn money, I'll just wait for death. Old Man Li thought that he was wasting his time on this, delaying his cultivation. He did not know that this was the foundation for Fang Ping to become stronger. However, there was really no way to explain this. Fang Ping did not utter a word. Old Man Li did not say anything either, bringing him to the next lab. "This is an energy stone?" Fang Ping mumbled, then said with slight doubt, "It's different from what I saw in school." Energy stones are just a general term. In fact, they are carriers of energy. It's normal for them to have different shapes, sizes, and colors. As Old Man Li spoke, he casually picked up an energy stone and said, "Feel it carefully. What do you feel?" Fang Ping pinched an energy stone the size of a bottle cap and sensed it carefully. After a while, he said with some trepidation, "Danger!" Old Man Li looked slightly surprised. Then he asked suddenly, "You're sensing with your mentality?" "Probably. That's very normal. There's a lot of energy condensed in the energy stones. When this energy bursts out, it will naturally make people feel threatened. Your mental strength isn't very strong, so you can only feel it when you're in close contact. When your mental strength is stronger, like a grandmaster, you'll be able to predict danger in advance. This is also one of their major characteristics. Teacher, is your mental strength strong? Last time I saw my mentor could use a cup. That's Lu Fengru. Old Man Li said calmly, "I can't do it." Was Lu Fengru talented? Very strong. Dragons did not live with snakes. Many families built by martial artists were like this too. The Snake King Wu Quishan was also a prodigy of his generation. If Lu Fengru did not have some ability, she and Wu Quishan would not have gotten together. What Lu Fengru could do did not mean that all peak rank 6 martial artists could do it. Lu Fengru dared to say that she had a chance of becoming a grandmaster in 3 to 5 years. Old man Li, on the other hand, wanted to go to the catacombs and kill to his heart's content before he died. Old man Li had almost never felt the existence of Fong Ping's mentality. However, when Lu Fengru was in the energy room, when Fong Ping's mentality was slightly active, she felt it. This actually represented the difference between the two. In terms of strength, Old man Li might not lose to Lu Fengru. In terms of the potential to become a grandmaster, Old man Li was far inferior to the other party. Fong Ping was silent when he heard that. Then he said, "Teacher, can you detect the strength of mentality?" "Yes, but it can only detect grandmasters." "Why?" "Because grandmasters' mentality can be externalized." In other words, martial artists who can externalize mentality can detect it, but others can't. Other people's mentality is invisible and cannot be sensed. Do you understand? The strength of mentality is the same as vitality. Is there a unit to measure it? Yes. Old man Li answered without hesitation. He smiled and said, "The strength of mentality is a very important measure among grandmaster martial artists." Let me put it this way. What do grandmasters look at? First, it's the externalization of mentality. When your mentality can be externalized and combined with vitality force to unleash grandmaster-level combat skills, then you're a grandmaster. And the honing of the skull is related to mentality. Why don't you hone the skull at the 3 middle ranks and choose to hone it at grandmaster instead? It's because the honing of the skull is not purely relying on vitality force. It also includes mentality to forge the skull. Pure vitality force might work, but it's extremely dangerous and the effect is very weak. Take me, for example. I've been at peak rank 6 for 9 years. I've also honed my skull, but after 9 years, my skull honing might only be 15%. This is based on the fact that I've honed my bones once as an aspiring martial artist. If I wanted to hone my skull to 90%, I'd have to spend hundreds of years. Externalization of mentality and unleashing grandmaster-level combat skills are considered to have entered rank 7. After entering rank 7, I'll use mentality and vitality force to hone the skull. Once the honing is complete, I'll officially enter rank 8. Rank 8 grandmasters have perfected their bones. Their bone marrow is like mercury, their vitality is like a tidal wave, and their mentality is indestructible. At this point, they're truly indestructible. Fong Ping finally understood the cultivation path of a grandmaster. He had forgotten to ask about the unit of measurement for mentality. Upon hearing that, he asked curiously, "What about rank 9? "I don't know." "You don't know?" Old man Li rolled his eyes and said, "Nonsense. How would I know? I'm only rank 6. I know about rank 8 cultivation because MCMAU has 2 rank 8 vice-chancellors. Rank 9 is on another level. I've never come into contact with rank 9 powerhouses before. Moreover, what's the use of knowing if I haven't reached that level?" Fong Ping could not help but say, "If that's the case, then rank 8 grandmasters are indestructible. Then our vice-chancellor, why, he seems to be sick?" "Yes. Do you know what's going on? Indestructible doesn't mean that he's indestructible. When the vice-chancellor fought with a general of Skygate City, some of his indestructible traits were erased by the other party's mentality." "What do you mean?" "I'm not sure. Anyway, it means that high-rank powerhouses can kill high-rank powerhouses mainly by relying on mentality to erase the immortal mark. In a simple fight, they can injure, but they won't kill the other party. For example, if we fight with the vice-chancellor now, the vice-chancellor will let us slash at him. Maybe we'll be injured in the end, but this kind of injury won't be fatal, and we can recover quickly. However, if he's injured by a martial artist of the same rank, his indestructible traits will be erased. This kind of injury will be extremely difficult to recover from. Fang Ping only understood half of it, but he roughly understood what it meant. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping said, "So if my instructor hasn't achieved Grandmaster, she won't seek revenge because she can't kill that Sky Gate City Lord." "You know about it too?" "I heard it from someone." Old Man Li nodded and said, "That's right. If she's not rank 7, she can't kill the other party. Even if she goes, she'll just die. If she has achieved rank 7, then there's hope, even if the hope is slim. So, if there's a 5th Grandmaster in MCMAU, we don't want it to be her. Vice-Chancellor Wu is already rank 8. My instructor's father is also peak rank 7. If my instructor enters rank 7, won't she be a match for a rank 9? Fang Ping continued, "You said before that the other party has only just entered rank 9. Old Manly frowned and said, "You don't understand how strong a rank 9 is. Do you think a rank 3 martial artist can defeat a rank for martial artist?" Fang Ping said seriously, "When I reach peak rank 3, I'll go and test it out with Zhang Yu. He might not be able to outlast me." Old Manly was completely speechless. "Mother asterisk her, did I say you? You're cheating, do you know that? Your vitality is endless. Before becoming a Grandmaster, everyone still looks at vitality." Old Man Li could not be bothered with him. He scolded, "Hurry up, experience the purity of the various energy stones yourself." Fang Ping began to feel it carefully. In the end, when he got the last energy stone, he had just picked it up for a while when Old Man Li suddenly scolded him softly. "Kid, you've gone too far." Fang Ping's face was blank, as if he knew nothing. "I told you to look, not to absorb." Fang Ping put down the energy stone sheepishly and laughed dryly. "Instructor, is this used for cultivation? I just inhaled a little and I feel full of vitality. It's better than anything else." Old Man Li's face darkened. "Get out. Don't talk about this when you get out, or else you'll have to pay for it." Fang Ping nodded immediately, reluctantly glancing at the glowing energy stone. Its effect was very strong, and it could quickly replenish vitality. Fang Ping was deep in thought. If he continued to absorb it and his vitality was full, could he start honing his bones if he continued to absorb it? The possibility was still very high. He remembered the professor saying that energy stones could be used as medicine. In Fang Ping's opinion, this was much better than pills. The absorption and digestion of pills was very slow. Perhaps it was because the conversion of source stones was extremely fast. Even someone like him would not be completely unable to adapt to using energy stones when his wealth was depleted. Of course, the key was that it was valuable. It was such a small piece, only a few dozen grams. If it really became his, it could increase his wealth by at least tens of millions. If he snatched this place, forget it. It was said that there were grandmasters guarding this place. A few minutes later, in another laboratory, Fang Ping swallowed his saliva, staring at a lush green fruit in front of him. He mumbled, "If only I were a grandmaster." "Can I take the pot too?" Old Man Li added. Fang Ping shook his head hurriedly. "What are you talking about, teacher? If I were a grandmaster, I would definitely rob the catacombs for humanity." Old Man Li sneered, ignoring him. "The luoxing fruit isn't really anything good. It's the main ingredient for the bodybuilding pill. There are 3 types of pills that are most important to martial artists in the 3 middle ranks: the bodybuilding pill, the viscera shielding pill, and the 11 pills. The 11 pills? Fang Ping had never heard of this before. Old Man Li explained, "It's actually a pill used to hone the internal organs. Aren't there 11 main parts of the internal organs? This pill also happens to have 11 types of medicinal ingredients, so it's called the 11 pills. The bodybuilding pill's main purpose is to hone the body, the viscera shielding pill, and the 11 pills' main purpose is to hone the internal organs. The purpose of martial artists in the three middle ranks is to hone everything below the head to the extreme. The luoxing fruit is the main ingredient for the bodybuilding pill. One luoxing fruit can produce 10 bodybuilding pills. As for the grade of the bodybuilding pill, it depends on the situation and the age of the medicinal ingredients. The value of the luoxing fruit is related to its age. The one in front of you is about 30 to 50 years old and costs about 100 credits. So cheap? Nonsense. This isn't the only medicinal ingredient for the bodybuilding pill. The luoxing fruit is also worth this much. Of course, it's a different story if it's older. Fang Ping pointed at the other bright red fruit that looked like a virgin fruit. This looks like a blue leaf fruit? The blue leaf fruit was actually red in color. It was called the blue leaf fruit because the plant that grew it had blue leaves. That was why it was called that. Yes, it's the main ingredient for the 11 pills. Its value is about the same as the luoxing fruit. Fang Ping asked curiously, "Don't you have it on Earth?" No. Then there weren't these pills in the past. That's why there weren't many grandmasters in the past. Once a grandmaster appears, he's hailed as an immortal. Since ancient times, other than the past 100 years, there has only been one grandmaster in 100 years. Can you understand how difficult that was? Fang Ping was speechless. If that was the case, grandmasters now were actually immortals in the past. Old Man Li said mildly, the appearance of the catacombs and the rise of martial arts for humans is not without reason. Everything in the world has its counterbalance. When the catacombs appear, martial artists can play their best role. Killing the catacombs martial artists mostly depends on us, martial artists. When there are fewer martial artists, humans are in danger. That's why humans discovered these catacombs materials at this time, allowing us to rapidly increase our martial arts realm. In the past, no. Just before the catacombs were discovered, in the world of sex, a peak rank 3 martial artist could sweep away an area, call himself a sect ancestor, and establish a sect. In the past, after some time, you kid could also call yourself a certain ancestor. Fang Ping laughed dryly. Too bad I was born in the wrong era, Old Man Li sneered. In that era, entering rank 1 was already a blessing from the heavens. Fang Ping did not mind. He said with some emotion, "If that's the case, there are about 300 living immortals in Sino Nation now. These immortals don't seem to be worth much anymore." "You think there's a lot?" Old Man Li shook his head. "In Skygate City, 14 high-ranked martial artists have been discovered so far. That's a lot. You can imagine how many grandmasters there are in the 13 cities of Magic City's catacombs. I'm afraid it's close to 200. Old Man Li said in a low voice, "That's why it's not a big problem for humans to pacify 1 catacombs, but the casualties will definitely be heavy. Maybe more than half of them will die. At most, they can pacify 2 catacombs. That's the limit. In Sino Nation, there are 22 catacombs entrances. No, soon there will be 23. What about overseas? How can they resist? They have grandmaster powerhouses too. Do you think Sino Nation is the only country with grandmasters? Of course, some countries are small. In many places, 5 or 6 countries guarding 1 catacomb's entrance are not as stressful as ours. Moreover, the distribution of the catacombs is related to the population. You mean, the more people there are, the more catacombs entrances there will be." Old Man Li sighed. "Back then, we thought there was strength in numbers. That's why we increased the population. In the end, we realized that the more people there are, the faster the catacombs entrances appear. That's why we urgently called for a halt. That's what happened after that. Family planning?" "Yes." Fang Ping was dumbfounded. He could not delve too deeply into the country's policies. Thinking of this, Fang Ping said immediately, "The country next to us has a lot of people. They have a lot of powerhouses too. What do you think? They're different from us. We want to select seeds from the whole country. They want to squeeze the bottom out and cultivate a group of higher-ups. The 18 holy lands of the other party are actually guarding 18 catacombs entrances. Their holy land is a large sect. The 18 holy lands have no less than 200 Grandmaster-level powerhouses. Fang Ping was speechless again. He could not look straight at it. Hindustan's 18 holy lands were actually 18 catacombs entrances. So the so-called Buddhism, suppressing demons, was not a lie. But holy lands didn't just appear in recent years. It's just that if you put it that way, a holy land is still a holy land. But can't the powerhouses of the holy lands go out and build a temple above the catacombs? That's the territory that a holy land is guarding, understand? Understood. Fang Ping nodded hurriedly. He said with some relief, "Luckily we were born in Sino Nation. Otherwise, wouldn't we be squeezed?" Old Man Li laughed. "That's why Sino Nation has more and more Grandmaster powerhouses." Fang Ping nodded again. Then he followed Old Man Li to see many things. After leaving the Research Institute, Fang Ping felt that he had gained a lot. He learned a lot of secrets and saw a lot of things that he could not see normally, including the catacombs humans. In the last few minutes before leaving the Research Institute, Fang Ping was lucky enough to touch the catacombs human who was being sent to the laboratory. She was a beautiful woman. She felt meaty to the touch, but she was too fierce. Fang Ping only touched her, but the other party cast a murderous glare at him and almost went berserk and killed him. In the end, Old Man Li's slap almost turned the woman into minced meat. Only then did Fang Ping's little heart calm down. After leaving the Research Institute, Old Man Li shook his head and said, "Weak, too weak. You were almost killed by a catacombs martial artist whose entire body was restrained. Don't you feel ashamed? She should be a middle-ranked martial artist, right? Peak rank 3. Peak rank 3. Fang Ping mumbled, "Her glare is so scary." "Nonsense. This is the catacombs martial artist who fought with our army. They kill without batting an eye. Do you think she's like the one from the evil sect? She might not even have fought with people a few times. Evil sect martial artists might not have the chance to fight with people. However, the catacombs martial artists, human martial artists, and human armies had fought more than once or twice. These were the powerhouses who had truly walked out of the battlefield." Fang Ping could only be considered a newbie now. He was slightly stronger than Vitality martial artists, but it was normal for him to feel scared when he met a martial artist who killed people like flies. Old Man Li got into the car and exhaled. "Murderous aura is not a problem. It's not too difficult. When you enter the catacombs, you can kill thousands of them. Your glare can also kill." Fang Ping did not say anything. Old Man Li began to doze off and said in his sleep, "Kid, work hard. Among all the students, you have the highest chance of becoming a Grandmaster." Fang Ping suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Old Man Li saw him in a different light. He gave him subsidies and deliberately provoked him, hoping that he would become a Grandmaster as soon as possible. However, he knew his own situation. If he did not have enough wealth, he did not know when he would become a Grandmaster. "I have to earn a lot of money." Beside him, Old Man Li almost died of anger. "Damn it, kid, do you know your priorities? I brought you to see so much just to tell you that martial arts are the most important. Earning money is secondary." Of course, earning money was also important. After all, cultivating in the 3 middle ranks required a lot of resources, but the prerequisite was to improve your ability. Fang Ping did not think so much. To him, earning money was the guarantee of improving his ability quickly. There was nothing wrong with that. Chapter 222. Fang Ping did not seem to have changed at all when he returned to school from the Research Institute. Fang Ping did not do anything else during the last few days of May, other than buying some body-strengthening elixirs, body-honing pills, and body-honing pills. Fang Ping's bone-honing progress was still slow. Old Man Li looked at it a few times and stopped talking. From the beginning of May, When Fong Ping had entered middle stage rank 3 to the end of May, almost a month had passed, and the number of bones Fong Ping had honed had not changed at all. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Lu Fengru, who barely showed her face in May, came looking for Fong Ping at the end of the month. Beside the haven, Zhao Xuemei, Chun Yunqi, and Fong Ping were all present. Looking at the three of them, Lu Fengru said slowly, "Xuemei has improved very quickly in the past month or so. She has honed 98 bones and entered middle stage rank 2. Soon, she will be able to enter upper stage." Zhao Xuemei smiled and said, "It's all thanks to teacher's help." Lu Fengru pressed her hands together and interrupted her. She said in a low voice, "It's going to be June soon. You're still 28 bones away from achieving peak rank 2. It looks like there's no hope before you enter the catacombs. Try to achieve peak rank 2 before the start of the next semester." Zhao Xuemei nodded quickly. She was a once-honed martial artist. It was already amazing that she could achieve peak rank 2 before the start of her sophomore year. This meant that she would be able to enter the 3rd rank in her sophomore year. There were still about 3 years before graduation. She could also try to break through to rank 4. Chun Yunqi is still all right. 115 bones honed. At this rate, she should be able to achieve peak rank 2 before the end of June. In April, Lu Fengru directly gave Chun Yunqi a death order. By the end of April, if she had not honed 100 bones, she would leave immediately. By the end of April, Chun Yunqi had honed 100 bones. May was a month long, and his speed was still as swift as ever. In a month, he had honed 15 bones. If everything went as expected, by the end of June, he would almost certainly achieve peak rank 2. Chun Yunqi lowered her head and said nothing. Lu Fengru looked at Fong Ping again. She frowned slightly. "At the beginning of May, you achieved middle stage rank 3. It's been a month now. Is there something wrong with your body?" Fong Ping shook his head and said immediately, "My body is stronger." "Then you." Fong Ping knew what Lu Fengru was trying to say. He explained, "Instructor, there are 26 vertebrae in total. I want to hone them all in one go." Lu Fengru's pupils shrunk slightly. She focused and said, "So you've been mainly honing your body and meridians recently?" "Yes." "Do you know how dangerous and difficult it is to refine it in one go?" "Why would you have such an idea?" Fong Ping explained again. "Before this, I wanted to hone 1 or 2 vertebrae individually, but after that, I keep feeling uncomfortable. My spine hurts, and it's hard to even use martial arts. This is a common problem for middle stage rank 3 martial artists. You'll get used to it." Fong Ping shook his head and said, "I'm worried that if I haven't reached upper stage rank 3 before entering the catacombs, my spine won't be honed completely and my combat strength will be greatly reduced. Either I don't hone it or I finish honing it in a short time." Bone honing was related to vitality and physique. Recently, I bought quite a lot of pills, mainly to temper my body. My physique has caught up, and my qi and blood are abundant. If I meditate for a few days, I might be able to temper my spine in one go. This way, I can directly step into upper stage rank 3 without going through this adaptation period. "One-time spine tempering," Lu Fengru said in a low voice. "Do you know how much vitality and energy are needed for this? Don't mess around." There were 26 vertebrae. Normal people like Xia Lei and the others who hone their vertebrae used up thousands of cal of vitality to finish honing 1 bone. To finish honing 26 bones, at least 30,000 calories of vitality would be consumed. Moreover, this was done in stages and at different times. There was also energy consumption and stamina consumption. Fong Ping wanted to hone his spine in one go. In the eyes of normal people, this kind of thing was impossible. It could not be done even with pills, unless one was placed in an energy mine, the kind that could be used for cultivation. In that kind of environment, perhaps it could be done. The key was that no martial artist had ever experimented with throwing a martial artist in the 3 lower ranks into an energy mine that could be used for cultivation. Even the children of rank 9 powerhouses were not so extravagant. Fong Ping chuckled and said, "Instructor, I think I'm fine. I'm talented." "You?" Lu Fengger glanced at him and let out a soft humph. She knew that Fong Ping's mentality was extraordinary. However, she was the one who told Fong Ping about his bone marrow being like mercury. Fong Ping did not even realize it himself, so where did his confidence come from? "Instructor, don't worry. If I really can't do it, it's not like I'll be finished if I can't finish honing. At most, I'll hone a few less bones. It won't affect anything." Since bones could be honed in pieces, Fong Ping would not die even if he could not finish honing in one go. The reason why Fong Ping wanted to complete it in one go this time was to try and shorten the adaptation period. The spine was very important to the human body. Martial artists at this stage would need a short adaptation period every time they finished honing their spine. It was not a long time. Honing a bone would only take 1 or 2 days to adapt. However, for 26 bones, the adaptation period would exceed a month. Fong Ping only found out about this later. Therefore, after he had honed more than half of his first spine, Fong Ping felt that he was not used to it and changed his mind. In this month, his vitality was mainly used to hone his body and meridians. The 24 million cash he had on him was almost completely spent. His wealth was now only 30 million. Of course, his spine had also improved during this process. Although not a single bone had been honed completely, there was some progress in the 26 vertebrae under the effects of body honing pills and bodybuilding pills. 30 million wealth might not be enough to hone his bones with the system alone. Fong Ping's idea was to cultivate for a few days and use his own vitality to hone, using the system to increase his vitality and mentality. This way, it would take a long time, but he would complete the honing himself instead of relying on the system. On one hand, it saved his wealth, and on the other, Fong Ping realized some problems. The system helped him hone his bones, but he did not experience it firsthand. His control over his bones was not as good as others, and he would need to spend a lot of time to solve this side effect. If that was the case, he might as well do it himself. Lu Fengru was still frowning. Chun Yunqi also raised her head and whispered, "You want to finish honing in one go? It's very dangerous." Fong Ping did not care. He smiled and said, "What danger can there be? It's fine." Lu Fengru exhaled and said, "If you really want to do this, then go to the energy room or the vitality pool." Fong Ping said with a bitter face, "Forget it. It's too expensive. I can't afford it." Fong Ping had thought about this bone honing. Either he used up all his wealth, or he honed 26 bones. Only then would it end. It might take as long as 3 to 4 days. The energy room cost 240 credits a day. He could not afford it. "Borrow. It's your own platform. Don't you know this?" "Instructor, I don't think it's necessary to be so wasteful." Fong Ping really felt that it was wasteful. If he spent 3 days, that would be 720 credits, more than 20 million. It was the same without the energy room. "You don't understand." Lu Fengru shook her head. "The effects of the energy room may not be obvious when you're at your peak, but when you're exhausted, the effects will be obvious." "Instructor, go borrow 1,000 credits yourself." "Why not if you can borrow them? If you die in the catacombs, you don't have to return them. So before you go down, borrow as much as you can." Fong Ping was suddenly speechless. What she said made sense. No wonder. No wonder rank 3 martial artist loans were opened 2 days ago. All rank 3 martial artists who went down to the catacombs borrowed as much as they could. On the other hand, martial artists who did not plan to go down to the catacombs recently borrowed according to their needs. Everyone probably thought the same way. If they died in the catacombs, then they did not have to return it. Who cared how much they borrowed? If they did not die, then after a trip down to the catacombs, the interest was nothing. Before this, Fong Ping was thinking about wasting it. Now he suddenly understood. I should borrow some. Besides, I have the right to waive interest. Why not use it? He did not use it before because the borrowed credits did not have any wealth points. However, when he returned this debt, his wealth points would be replenished. Then I'll go borrow some credits and prepare to hone my bones. Let me know when the time comes, Lu Fengru said. Fong Ping nodded. Lu Fengru thought for a while and said, once you enter upper stage rank 3, you should prepare to cultivate combat techniques. Your combat techniques are still based on rank 1's foundation. Also, you know very little. 1 cloud step, 1 manic explosion, and the rest is all. Once you reach upper stage rank 3, your vitality will be close to 1,000 cal. It will be difficult for you to even control your own strength. Right now, you can achieve vitality outbursts of more than 100 cal. When you reach upper stage rank 3, you may not be able to do so. When that time comes, your physique will be stronger. You'll have more honed bones and your vitality will flow through your entire body, completing a systematic cycle. When that time comes, the vitality outbursts will decrease. Lu Fengru saw that Fong Ping did not understand, so she said, this means that when that time comes, the power of your combat techniques will still be the same. At middle stage rank 3, you will need a vitality outburst of 100 cal. When you reach upper stage rank 3, you will only need a vitality outburst of 30 calories or 40 calories. At this time, you can achieve a vitality outburst of 100 cal at middle stage rank 3, but at upper stage rank 3, you might only be able to achieve a vitality outburst of 50 calories. Do you understand? Fong Ping nodded, then said gloomily, if that's the case, when I reach upper stage rank 3, I might not even be able to master the basic strength. Yes. Martial artists' so-called mastery of strength meant that they could achieve at least 10% of their current vitality outburst when they unleashed a big move. As the realm and vitality increased, the difficulty of mastering strength would also increase. Once Fong Ping entered upper stage rank 3, the moves that he used to barely qualify as trump cards might drop ranks, and he would become a newbie at upper stage rank 3. Understood? Fong Ping calculated for a while, then said, Instructor, I'll start honing my bones in meditation tomorrow. If everything goes smoothly, I will be able to reach upper stage rank 3 in 3 or 4 days. I don't know if I can make it in time to enter the catacombs if I spend 10 days to half a month cultivating combat techniques. It's okay. If it's really 2 days late, I'll go to the school and tell them to delay it for 2 days. Lu Fengru did not mind too much. The purpose of entering the catacombs was to train the students, not to send them to their deaths. Fong Ping had not mastered his strength yet. At most, he would not enter the catacombs this time. There was no reason for him to rush into the catacombs when he had not mastered his combat techniques. Speaking of which, there were actually very few people like Fong Ping who had not entered the catacombs, even though he was already upper stage rank 3. This kid had improved too quickly. In addition, he had mingled with a group of rank 2 martial artists before, so the school had organized the time well. Otherwise, after he had entered middle stage rank 3, someone would probably come and drag him into the catacombs with them. After knowing Fong Ping's thoughts, Lu Fengru no longer cared about him. Lu Fengru's attitude toward Qin Yunqi was slightly better before, but now she was back to her old ways. Before she left, she said, "Enter the catacombs and advance to peak rank 2. Otherwise, ask your grandfather to enter the catacombs to protect you." Qin Yunqi looked aggrieved. Did she not say that she would achieve peak rank 2 before the end of June? How did it become peak rank 2 before entering the catacombs? Fong Ping was happy when he heard that. After Lu Fengru left, he grinned and said, "Yunqi, your grandfather is a grandmaster. Why don't you ask your grandfather to enter the catacombs with us? It'll be safer that way." Qin Yunqi rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, "I'm not a child anymore. Do I need my grandfather to protect me?" You have resources, but you don't know how to use them. What a waste. Fong Ping curled his lips. If I had a grandmaster grandfather, I would tie myself to him every day. How awesome would that be? You bully people with more vigor. Are you convinced? Let my grandfather beat you up. Since Chen Yunxi was unwilling, Fong Ping could not do anything about it. Grandmasters were all busy. How could they have the time to follow their children every day, even if he liked this granddaughter of his? However, grandmasters had a lot of tasks: annihilating evil sects, entering the catacombs, overseeing a region, and resisting the invasion of foreign grandmasters. Although humans were facing the threat of the catacombs now, it did not mean that humans all over the world were harmonious and united. It was not uncommon to plunder resources from other countries to strengthen one's own strength. This included some idle high-rank powerhouses. Even if these people entered the catacombs, their lives were guaranteed. They might not care about the catacombs invasion. It was not uncommon to take advantage of the fact that other countries could not spare manpower to reap a large sum of money to make themselves stronger. All of this required powerhouses to deter them. 300 grandmasters in Sino Nation sounded like a lot, but the catacombs were divided into half. The other grandmasters were scattered all over the country. The number was pitifully small. The defense was already stretched thin. Just as Fong Ping went to borrow credits in preparation for a breakthrough. Dean's office. Huang Jing said in a low voice, "He wants to hone his bones once." Lu Fengger nodded and said, "I think it's a little risky. So, you and I will go to protect him when the time comes. We can also observe what's going on with his body." This kid didn't say anything about preparing vitality pills. "Is that so?" Huang Jing thought for a moment and nodded. "Call old Wu along when the time comes." Lu Fengru snorted but did not say anything. Stepping into upper stage rank, 3 before the end of his freshman year. "This speed is a little shocking," Huang Jing mumbled. This speed was even faster than NMAU's Wang Jinyang. Could it be that a rank 4 martial artist would appear at the start of sophomore year next semester? Once one entered the middle ranks, it would be a whole new world. A middle-ranked martial artist entering the political world would be enough to become a commander. If he stayed in MCMAU, he could also become a martial arts instructor. In schools like NMAU, he would still be a powerhouse among the instructors. A special mutation. Chapter 223. It was now June. June 1st, MCMAU. Fong Ping stepped into the energy room. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Fong Ping had also stirred up a small wave. On the 1st of June, the Martial Arts University Combat Strength Ranking List was updated. On the Rank 3 ranking list, MCMAU Fong Ping entered the ranking list for the first time as a middle stage rank 3. He was ranked 96th. There were 100 people in the rank 3 ranking list. There were 99 martial arts universities in the country, but there were not many rank 3 martial artist students. Altogether, there were only about 1,000 of them. There were less than 2,000 people, and Fong Ping had only made it into the top 100. It did not seem too eye-catching. The reality was that every rank 3 student who had not graduated could be considered an elite. 1 out of 10,000 ordinary people, and 1 out of 10 elites were 2 completely different concepts. How many university students were there in China? University students, more than 30 million. In fact, with the addition of some random universities, the number of students was even higher. Primary and secondary school students had not yet stepped into the martial arts circle, so there was no need to count. Rank 3 students were already the cream of the crop among the 30 million students. Now, Fong Ping was starting to stand out among the cream of the crop. It could even be said that he was slowly entering the peak of the school. When July came this year, a large number of fourth-year students would graduate. At that time, the number of students on the rank 3 ranking list might be reduced by more than half, including the graduating rank 4 and 5 students from MCMAU and CCMAU. When that time came, Fong Ping could truly be considered a giant among the students in school. Sun City. Ever since Fong Ping entered MCMAU, the Fong family had begun to pay attention to the news of the martial arts world. It had not been long since the Martial Arts University Combat Strength ranking was released, but it had become one of the most popular rankings among the general public. When Fong Yuan saw Fong Ping's name on the rank 3 ranking list, she was beyond shocked. "My brother is on the list." "Sister Yuan, where are you?" "Where is it? Let me see. I want to see it too." "Sis Yuan, what ranking did you enter?" "The Martial Arts University rank 3 ranking list." Fong Yuan was shocked. "My brother's only a freshman, and he's already in the rank 3 martial artist ranking?" As she spoke, one of the girls who had just surrounded them suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there's an introduction at the back." "Sister Yuan, your brother killed someone." Feng Yuan's expression changed slightly, and she quickly looked behind her. Fong Ping, MCMAU freshman, 19 years old, middle stage rank, 3 martial artist. Ranking, 96th peak battle record. Early May, Saber beheaded a peak rank 3 martial artist. Fong Yuan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly said, "There wasn't this before. Why is there such an introduction now?" Fong Yuan quickly scrolled through the leaderboard. As expected, everything had changed. Zhang Longjiang, CCMAU junior student, 22 years old, peak rank, 3 martial artist. Ranking, number 1-inch peak battle record, mid-April. Besieged, invincible with his staff, beheaded a middle stage rank 4 martial artist and 4 peak rank 3 martial artists. Qin Fengqing, MCMAU junior student, 21 years old, peak rank 3 martial artist. Ranking 6th, peak battle record, escaped from a rank 5 powerhouse and killed an early stage rank 4 martial artist. CLA, MCMAU sophomore, 21 years old, peak rank 3 martial artist. Ranking 32nd. Peak battle record, invincible iron fist, killing 2 peak rank 3 martial artists at upper stage. Previously it was just a simple ranking, but now there was a sudden change in battle records. The girls were all stunned. They all killed people. In many people's eyes, martial artists were just a synonym for high and mighty. Who would have thought that these martial artists, who were all students, would have human lives in their hands? From the 1st to the 100th place, all of them had a kill record without exception. There was no detailed list of how many people they had killed, but they all had peak battle records. Fong Ping's Saber slaying a peak rank 3 martial artist was not a bad result. Many of the martial artists ranked before him had only killed upper stage rank 3 martial artists. Laymen might not understand, but the professionals knew that everyone killed different martial artists. Fong Ping killed evil sect martial artists, while the others mostly killed catacombs martial artists. "My brother killed people." Fong Yuan was still in shock. After a long time, she suddenly puffed up her cheeks and said, "My brother must have killed bad people. You all saw it. They all killed people. My brother is a hero, not a murderer." The girls were all confused at the moment. For a moment, no one refuted her. At the same time, many people were looking at the newly updated leaderboard. When they saw the rank 3 students' battle records, many of them were shocked and confused. They all had human lives in their hands. Were these martial arts university students? The rank 1 and rank 2 rankings did not have such records for now. However, this was the first time such a record had appeared on the rank 3 leaderboard. The internet was instantly in an uproar. What are martial arts universities doing? Why do all these martial artists have human lives in their hands? Aren't martial arts universities a school? Why would the school let students kill people? Who are the dead martial artists? 100 of them. All of them have killed people, and this is only on the leaderboard. What about those who are not? How many people have died? What is the government hiding? I already felt that something was wrong last time. During the Martial Arts University Championship, those students were especially ruthless. They all looked like they had killed people before. Could it be? The internet was in an uproar. The officials, however, remained silent. No one came out to explain anything. Among the martial arts universities, a martial arts university higher-up faced the reporters and said coldly, "Of course they killed people who deserve to be killed. Do martial artists only fight in exhibition matches?" When someone asked why martial arts university students could not be punished by the law after killing people, the higher-up said coldly, "Martial arts university students, you can treat them as law enforcers." In reality, all martial arts university students have the right to enforce the law. As soon as this was said, it caused another uproar. Martial arts university students actually had the right to enforce the law. This was the first time the outside world had heard of such a fact. The martial arts university students' murder cases caused an uproar for a while. However, there was no longer any response. Gradually letting the people accept these facts was the established policy of the higher-ups. From the beginning of the championship to the establishment of local combat teams, to the holding of various martial arts competitions, and finally to the public martial artists' individual results, everything was gradually unfolding. He wanted people to accept everything and understand everything. When the truth came to light, they wouldn't feel too much panic and helplessness. When the truth was revealed, everyone would know who these people had killed. Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Wu Jihao and the others were completely speechless, killing a peak rank 3 with a saber. How far had Fong Ping pulled away from them? At this moment, apart from Fong Ping, none of the martial science students from Sun City, number 1 high school of the same grade, had entered the martial artist realm. Everyone was nurturing their vitality. Even if some of them had vitality over 150 calories, they still had not broken through. However, Fong Ping had already entered middle stage rank 3 and killed a peak rank 3 martial artist. Tan Hao smiled bitterly. President Wang already controls half of NMAU, and Fong Ping has also shown off his skills in MCMAU. Compared to them, I always feel like we're not from the same era. The small Sun City number 1 high school had produced 2 young powerhouses in succession. Even Sun City's commander would not be a match for Fong Ping. At this moment, Fong Ping was completely unaware of the uproar in the outside world. He did not have the time to look at the updated rank 3 ranking list. Energy room. Fong Ping met the instructor from last time again, Song Yingji. When he saw this instructor, Fong Ping remembered his little account book. This person owed him a lot of credits. When Song Yingji saw Fong Ping, he raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. Middle stage rank 3 now. I'll be upper stage soon. Fong Ping grinned. Instructor, I think you should give me a discount now. I'm only a freshman. Song Yingji grinned. Student Fong, you're very confident. I have good news for you too. 2 days ago, I broke through to rank 6. I'm only 42 this year. I still have a lot of time. Remember to catch up to me soon. Fong Ping's cheeks twitched. He laughed dryly. Congratulations, Instructor Song. Song Yingji grinned. It's no big deal. It's only rank 6. I'll strive to become a grandmaster when you achieve rank 6. Student Fong Ping, you must work hard. Fong Ping was speechless. Those who owed him money now had a hard time getting their debts back. Song Yingji and Tang Feng went without saying. Old Wang was also a middle stage rank 4 martial artist. Fong Wenxiang was in CCMAU and had a grandmaster grandfather. Other than them, no matter how he thought about it, Qin Fengqing seemed to be the easiest to bully. That guy owed him 300,000. He remembered it correctly, right? Qin Fengqing had not achieved rank 4 yet. He was about to achieve upper stage rank 3. If he practiced his combat techniques, he might have the chance to get his debt back after he returned from the catacombs. Forget it. I'll set a small goal. I'll get Qin Fengqing's 300,000 back first. Fang Ping could not remember if he had really lent Qin Fengqing money. However, it had been so long that he had forgotten whether it was real or not. Anyway, he probably owed him. He did not say anything more to Song Yingji. A rank 6 instructor could kill him with one slap. He would forget about it for now. Open the energy room for 3 days. 3 days? Song Yingji was slightly surprised, but he still happily deducted Fang Ping's 720 credits. Fang Ping felt his heart ache. It was too much. He had just finished paying when Lu Fengru strolled in. Seeing Lu Fengru come in, Fang Ping seriously suspected that this instructor of his had been waiting outside just now. She waited for him to pay the bill before entering, so that he would not complain to her. Go in. Lu Fengru did not waste any time. She said as she walked, Don't force yourself if you can't do it. Yes, I know. Once the spine has been honed, the bones of the limbs and torso will be connected, forming a large system of circulation. At this time, the human body will undergo a transformation. Remember, that will be your chance to guide the connected vitality to hone your body. If you have enough vitality, you can even try to hone your bones in depth. Of course, this is just an attempt. You mean bone marrow? Yes. Fang Ping said uncomfortably, My bone marrow is like mercury now. Lu Fengru sneered. She reached out and grabbed the back of Fang Ping's neck, lifting him up. She said lightly, Too late. Fang Ping was ashamed and angry. Can you not be so shameless? Do you think I'm a puppy, lifting me up just by grabbing the back of my neck? Lu Fengru did not care what he thought. She continued, It might not work. Of course, you're different. Your vitality is strong, so it might work. That's what I was thinking. When you're upper stage rank 3, you can try it while your physique is transforming. If it doesn't work, then it's your problem, not mine. Got it? Fang Ping did not say that his bone marrow was like mercury now. He said sheepishly, Got it. Actually, you should have chosen the vitality pool. It might have been better. I really don't have any money. If you don't have money, then earn it yourself. You said you could eat all the pills. Didn't I say it was a joke after that? Sigh. Fang Ping let out a long sigh. You have so many grandmasters in your family. Why are you still so stingy? As they spoke, the two of them reached the door of the cultivation room. Fang Ping did not waste any more time and walked in. This time, Lu Fengru did not follow him in. She stood outside the door and said, You go in alone. I'll watch from the outside. After she said that, she operated the control panel at the door. The walls of the cultivation room suddenly turned transparent. Fang Ping was stunned. She could do that? If it was a girl cultivating, Fang Ping felt that the probability of her cultivating naked was very high. Did that not mean? Fang Ping looked down, trying to remember how Lu Fengru operated it. Lu Fengru said lazily, What are you looking at? Only the instructors have the authority. Then will Instructor Song from the front desk peep? Fang Ping said softly. He then said, I'm a man, so it's fine. But girls. Instructor, I think Instructor Song needs someone to supervise. Sure, I'll arrange for you to be an assistant here later. What do you think? Fang Ping laughed dryly. Forget it. What a joke. If he stayed with Song Yingji every day, he would be tortured to death sooner or later. Then stop talking nonsense. Go in. Lu Fengru rolled her eyes at him. This kid was not very capable, but he was good at causing trouble. Was he going to offend all the rank 6 instructors in the school? Fang Ping saw that she had the intention to kick him, so he hurriedly walked into the cultivation room. When he looked outside, he could not see the outside. The purpose of the school, building this kind of cultivation room, is not pure. Fang Ping lamented. Just as he was lamenting, a few more people appeared outside the cultivation room. Huang Jing, Wu Quishan, Old Manly, and Song Yingji stood outside the door. As if he had heard Fang Ping's lament, Wu Quishan raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "This kid is asking for a beating." Song Yingji smiled and said, "President Wu, I think so too. Why don't I go find Xia Lei and Qin Fengqing to talk to him?" Lu Fengru said impatiently, "All of you, shut up and watch carefully. Also, if his vitality is insufficient, activate the cultivation energy mode." Song Yingji frowned slightly. Huang Jing said helplessly, "Where would we find so many cultivationating energy stones? He's just a rank 3. Let's not waste them." Lu Fengru said faintly, "If you guys save some, he'll have it." "He's your student, Lu Fengru. Why don't you?" Lu Fengru cut her off directly. "I don't have money. I'm going to sell the pill company's shares and dividends to the school. Dean, give me a few rank 7 catacombs martial artist hearts." Huang Jing frowned slightly. Wu Quishan also focused and said, "Fengru, this is not how grandmasters break through." "Why do you care how I break through?" "You're messing around. The rank 7 martial artists' hearts are only more energized. They're not much different from energy stones. They're not good for breaking through. If you absorb too much of this energy, once your mentality is homogenized, your life genes will turn into catacombs life." Lu Fengru said calmly, "So what?" "You." Wu Quishan frowned and said in a low voice, "The school doesn't have these things." "The military department does." "Then go to the military department and exchange for them." "The military department won't give them to me." "Then you figure it out yourself." Wu Quishan was not surprised. Of course, the military department would not give these things to Lu Fengru. Killing high-rank catacombs powerhouses was extremely difficult. Even the military department did not have many in storage. If Lu Fengru relied on this to achieve rank 7, the military department would not agree. Lu Fengru looked at him deeply. After a while, she snorted coldly and said, "Don't think that you can really delay my breakthrough. Without these things, I'll definitely achieve rank 7 in 5 years." Wu Quishan ignored her. They would talk about it 5 years later. 5 years later, he might also have a chance to achieve rank 9. When that time came, it would not matter much whether Lu Fengru broke through or not. Huang Jing saw that the couple was arguing again. He coughed dryly and said, "Let's not talk about this first. This kid has started honing his bones. Do you think it's possible to hone 26 bones in one go? Even if his vitality is unlimited, he'll still get tired halfway through." Chapter 224. In the cultivation room, Fang Ping took off his shirt and got into a horse stance. His body trembled slightly as his vitality surged. Wealth: 30 million vitality, 869 calories, 869 calories. Mentality: for 199 hertz, bones honed. 151 bones, 90%, 26 bones, 35% to 70%, 29 bones, 30%. His limbs, ribs, and sternum were all honed, but none of the 26 vertebrae were honed. Very few people would do what Fang Ping did, honing not just one bone, but separately. Fang Ping had already made up his mind to hone his vertebrae in one go. As his body trembled, the methods of honing began to operate. On the surface of Fang Ping's upper body, the meridians became distinct and swelled rapidly. "It's starting," Fang Ping muttered and began to concentrate his vitality on his spine. His back swelled visibly. Outside the door, Old Man Li crossed his arms and scratched his slightly white hair. He raised his eyebrows. "This kid is interesting. He's not honing just one bone. He's honing his spine as if it's a whole bone." Lu Fengru frowned and said coldly, "Bastard, don't mess around." The risk of honing just one bone was not high. If he honed the spine as a whole, if the vitality supply was cut off midway, the entire spine would be easily damaged. That was not the problem. The burden was too great. Honing 26 bones as a whole meant that Fong Ping's vitality was depleting rapidly every minute. If he does this, his vitality will only last about an hour. Wu Quishan said coldly, "What's the rush?" "We'll see." This kid had a vitality outburst of more than 10,000 cal in Nanjiang. He's only doing this because he's confident. Lu Fengru said uncertainly, "Did Lion Tang see it clearly?" "He didn't take any pills along the way. I took a look just now. He didn't bring any pills, and there are no signs of vitality accumulation in his body." She had mentioned Fong Ping casually, but it was also a test. In the end, she realized that although Fong Ping's vitality was not weak, it was not as good as a peak rank 3 martial artist. Without pills, was he really relying on his own vitality? At this moment, Wu Quishan said suddenly, "He's using his mentality to capture energy particles." Huang Jing hurriedly craned his neck to look. Lu Fengru also perked up. As for old man Li and Song Yingji, they looked at each other helplessly. "We can't see it." Right now, Fong Ping was indeed using his mentality to capture the energy particles that were spreading out. In the cultivation room, the energy particles released by the energy stones were easier for people to feel. As Fong Ping honed his bones with his vitality, he tried to use his mentality to meditate and capture these particles. People who couldn't sense or release their spiritual power wouldn't be able to sense the existence of these energy particles. Only spiritual power could sense them. Fong Ping's mentality could only fluctuate slightly. Even so, he could still sense that the cultivation room was filled with these particles. At this moment, Fong Ping knew that he was in deep trouble. Even though Lu Fengru and the others appeared to be extremely magnanimous and did not mind what secrets he was hiding, this kind of behavior of exposing secrets in front of the public still made Fong Ping's heart beat faster, and he could not eat or sleep in peace. At this moment, he was trying to use his mind power to capture these particles of energy. This was also to prove to the outside world that he could indeed do this. As his mentality came into contact with invisible energy particles, Fong Ping's mentality depleted extremely quickly. Seeing his mentality drop from 499 Hz to 450 Hz, Fong Ping gritted his teeth and quickly replenished his mentality. However, his mentality continued to deplete, but he could not move the existence of these particles. "My mentality is too weak." Fong Ping was touched. Suddenly, he steeled his heart and forced himself to say, "Increase mentality." Since the system had the data of the upper limit, Fong Ping no longer used this kind of forceful method to increase his vitality and mentality. This was because Fong Ping knew that the existence of the upper limit was his own limit. Once he exceeded the upper limit, Fong Ping was always worried that he would explode. This time, however, Fong Ping steeled his heart and forcefully increased his mentality. As long as his mentality could move the energy particles, he would have an excuse to explain that his vitality was recovering. Blindly relying on the instructors to hide it, ignore it, and pretend to be deaf and dumb made Fong Ping extremely uncomfortable. He did not want to act like a fool. Everyone obviously knew that there was something wrong with him, but no one said anything. He himself also pretended to be a fool. This made Fong Ping feel like a clown. Therefore, everyone knew and deliberately put on an act with him, but he still had to pretend that no one knew. This kind of feeling made Fong Ping so depressed that he could not put it into words. When Fong Ping muttered to increase the upper limit of his mentality on the system panel, the original 499 Hz upper limit suddenly changed blurry clear. Very soon, 499 Hz became 500 Hz. The moment his mentality reached 500 Hz, Fong Ping suddenly felt like his brain was exploding. Bang! His brain rumbled, and Fong Ping's consciousness gradually dissipated along with these explosions outside the door. Wu Quishan's expression changed abruptly, and he roared, "Open the door!" Song Yingji quickly opened the door to the cultivation room. Wu Quishan entered the cultivation room in a flash, and Huang Jing followed closely behind. Both of them stared at the ferocious Fang Ping. Wu Quishan did not move. He released his mentality to sense for a while and said in a low voice, "Nonsense! What the hell is going on?" Huang Jing frowned and shook his head. "I'm not sure. How did this happen?" Both of them spoke vaguely. Lu Fengru also used her mentality to sense. After a while, she said with a pale face, "Have you guys encountered this situation before?" Old Manly asked hurriedly, "What the hell is going on?" Wu Quishan took a deep breath and said slowly, "I'm not too sure. His mentality is only at the level of perception. Under such circumstances, there's no way he can capture energy particles. However, just now his mentality seems to have broken through a barrier and increased by a lot. It can be said to be a temporary breakthrough. However, he hasn't reached the level where he can withstand this kind of mentality. The sudden breakthrough and the mentality is overflowing. It might have impacted his consciousness." Huang Jing said with a headache. Simply put, his consciousness has been dispersed by his own mentality. If he can't recover, then he'll be brain dead. Lu Fengru gritted her teeth and said angrily, "This bastard!" As she spoke, Lu Fengru slammed the wall, and the entire cultivation room shook. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fengru looked at the two grandmasters and asked, "What do we do now?" Wu Quishan groaned. After some thought, he said, "I'll do some guidance, but I'm afraid it won't be effective. Theoretically, mentality shouldn't exceed the human body's limit. If that's the case, then it's not a breakthrough, but a loss of control. This kid, what's going on?" At this moment, Wu Quishan was also a little confused. Normally, if Fang Ping could not reach this stage, then his mentality would not have broken through. However, he had broken through. This was a very big contradiction. It was like lifting 1,000 caddy rock that you could not lift, but you did, and you even smashed yourself to death. This would make people feel that it was very ridiculous. However, at this moment, this ridiculous thing happened to Fang Ping. His own mentality had a breakthrough, but his consciousness had been dispersed. This was simply unheard of. Losing control would not cause mentality to become stronger. Wu Quishan said that, but he still began to use his mentality to guide Fang Ping's overflowing mentality. Following his guidance, Fang Ping's mentality gradually began to condense. Wu Quishan breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Jing, who was beside him, explained on behalf of everyone, "His consciousness hasn't been completely dispersed. Fang Ping's consciousness still remains, and he's cooperating with Old Wu to reign in his mentality." Old Manly said immediately, "Does this mean that he's fine?" "I don't know. Don't worry, it's mainly up to him now." Old Manly frowned and said, "You mean it depends on his obsession or the strength of his willpower?" "Yes." Old Manly muttered to himself. Suddenly he said loudly, "Fang Ping, I'll give you 10,000 credits. Do you want it?" Lu Fengru and the rest's cheeks twitched. Would it work? Fang Ping, who had his eyes closed, twitched his eyelids slightly. "I'll give you 500 vitality pills. Do you want it? 1,000 pills?" "Fang Ping, someone took away your distance platform and divided your credits. I don't want your instructors. 1,000 credits. The school is prepared to give you 100,000 credits for free." Old Manly did not know if it would work, but he felt that it would still be useful. Seeing that Fang Ping did not move, Old Manly thought for a while and shouted again, "If he doesn't wake up, I'll cut open his head and check if he's brain dead." Wu Quishan said suddenly he's going to wake up. "Let's go." The few of them exchanged glances. In the next second, they left the cultivation room one after another. Song Ingji closed the door behind him. After they left, Fang Ping suddenly opened his eyes in the cultivation room. He shook his head slightly and panted, "What's going on?" Just now he had forcefully piled his mentality on it. He suddenly felt his brain explode, and then his mind went blank. In a daze, he seemed to hear someone talking. Who's talking? Auditory hallucination? No, it sounds like they're going to cut open my head, Fong Ping muttered in his heart. His face turned green and white. Did he dream of what he thought about in the day? In his auditory hallucination, he actually heard someone wanting to cut open his head. Old man, Li was committing a sin. Don't tell me these people really want to cut open my head. Fong Ping felt a little uneasy. He exhaled and began to sense his mentality. This time, it was much easier to sense it, and the energy particles in the space seemed more obvious. Fong Ping used his mentality again to move the energy particles. This time it was very smooth. Very soon, he moved the particles into his body one by one. The moment the particle entered his body, Fong Ping's face lit up with joy. One energy particle actually recovered at least 5 calories of vitality. This effect is too shocking. Outside the door, Lu Fengers said lightly, "Is he afraid of death, or does he love money?" Old man Li's words earlier, some offering money, some robbing, and some threatening to cut off his head, resulted in Fong Ping waking up so quickly. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Wu Quishan thought it was a little funny. He shook his head and said, maybe he just woke up, or maybe he was provoked. The few of them looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Huang Jing laughed for a while and suddenly said, "It seems like he can really move the energy particles." Wu Quishan nodded and said, "High-ranked martial artists can do it easily. For us, vitality is not the main problem. As long as our mentality is not destroyed, as long as there are energy particles in the space, our vitality will almost never be cut off. But he's a rank 3 martial artist, and he can actually move it with some effort. It's really beyond my expectations." Huang Jing thought for a while and said he couldn't do it before. Then the problem with vitality recovery, Lu Fengers said lazily. Lion Tang must have seen wrongly. He might have eaten a pill. Huang Jing was speechless. He said impatiently, "You have the guts to say that. Moreover, his mentality is weak now. He can move some energy particles with some effort, but it's only a matter of recovering 30 to 50 cal of vitality." He had just finished speaking when Wu Quishan suddenly coughed softly and said, "Observe for a while." Huang Jing was stunned and continued to observe. Suddenly he said in surprise, "What's going on?" In the cultivation room, Fong Ping kept moving energy particles. When his mentality was depleted, he would replenish it and move again. In this way, it was actually the same. The consumption of wealth points to replenish mentality was greater than replenishing his vitality. Absorbing energy particles was not as good as using wealth points to replenish vitality. However, everyone could feel the replenishment of vitality. Fong Ping had now changed his way of thinking. He tried to replenish the mentality that was invisible to the naked eye, and then used his mentality to move energy particles to replenish his vitality. Sensing this scene, Huang Jing was also stunned. What was going on? Fong Ping's mentality was very weak. At least to him, it was really very weak. It definitely could not reach the level of a grandmaster. However, Fong Ping's weak mentality was endless, constantly moving energy particles. It was not like vitality which everyone could feel. Huang Jing and the others could not feel the replenishment of mentality. The only thing they could feel was that Fong Ping's mentality was like a clear spring. It was not big, but it seemed to be connected to the sea, replenishing as much as it consumed. Huang Jing's head was as big as a cow's. It was getting stranger and stranger. Wu Quishan's eyes were also flickering. After a while, he said, "Our research on mentality is too little, so we can't do a detailed examination. Unless we get a rank 9 grandmaster to examine, but they might not be able to find out. Forget it, let's leave it at that. Fong Ping alone is not worthy of a grandmaster's attention." Old man Li and the others looked at each other. The situation was getting more and more confusing. Everyone knew that Fong Ping's mentality had just broken through. In other words, his vitality replenishment earlier should have nothing to do with this. However, it was limited to the few of them who saw it. Those martial artists who did not see his mentality breakthrough would probably think that the vitality replenishment had something to do with Fang Ping's strong mentality when they saw Fang Ping again. Lu Fengru was also having a headache. She said, "Forget it. Do you guys think his bone marrow will really be like mercury in the next moment?" The excuse she gave Fang Ping before was that his mentality was strong enough to move energy particles. His bone marrow would be like mercury and increase his hematopoietic ability. Combining the two, Fang Ping's vitality outburst of 10,000 cal could be explained clearly. Now that Fang Ping could really move energy particles. What about his bone marrow being like mercury? Old Man Li suddenly laughed and said meaningfully, "Maybe the next time we meet, his bone marrow will really be like mercury." The few of them laughed. Lu Fengru suddenly looked at Wu Quishan and said coldly, "Don't meddle in my student's business. If you dare to have any ideas about my student, I won't go easy on you." Wu Quishan frowned at her. Lu Fengru said coldly, "Don't think that I don't know you. Who knows what you're planning?" Lu Fengru, don't go too far. Wu Quishan looked dissatisfied. "You're used to being sinister. You're even willing to use your daughter as bait. Who knows what you'll do? Nonsense." Wu Quishan was furious. He said angrily, "That's my Wu Quishan's only bloodline. I used my own daughter as bait. No matter how cold-blooded I am, I won't do such a thing." Lu Fengru, Xiaodua's death is the biggest regret and pain in my life. It's my responsibility. It's definitely not like what you said, that I, Wu Quishan, deliberately killed my daughter. Lu Fengru said coldly, "Then why didn't all of you die? Only my daughter died?" You're twisting words and forcing logic." Wu Quishan's face was red with anger. At that time, his daughter was the weakest. It was an accident, but Lu Fengru was crazy. She insisted that everyone deliberately used his daughter as bait. Huang Jing saw the situation and tried to mediate. "Fengru, this is not what everyone wants." "Xiaoduo," Lu Fengru said coldly, "I'll get to the bottom of this sooner or later. I'm warning you. Don't have any ideas about my student. I now suspect that my students were also killed by you." Wu Quishan flicked his sleeves and left. This woman was unreasonable. Huang Jing smiled bitterly and said, "Fengru, they were also our students. No one wanted them to die. Now he really had no words. It was not like 1 or 2 martial artists died in the catacombs every year." Old Man Li also consoled, "Fengru, it's been so many years. No one wants their family to die in the catacombs or their students to die. But this can't be helped." "You shut up. You were there that time too. Li, don't think that I won't remember this just because you're hiding." Old Man Li's face was full of helplessness. He did not say anything else. Song Yingji had long run away. If he continued to stay, he would be blamed. He was no match for Lu Fengru. Chapter 225. Time passed slowly. Fang Ping maintained his horse stance, continuously recovering his vitality and honing his bones. In the beginning, he used his mental power to move the energy particles. In the end, Fang Ping did not use it anymore. To him, this was just an excuse to deceive others. Now that Lu Fengru was the only one outside, there was no point in deceiving her. Vitality was constantly replenished through wealth. Lu Fengru and the others outside the door also felt this scene, but no one said anything. Fang Ping's situation was still unclear to everyone. Unless Fang Ping said it himself, he could only treat it as a mutation. Even Huang Jing, a grandmaster powerhouse, could not determine the source of Fang Ping's vitality. Sometimes a grandmaster was more useful than a machine. At this moment, unless Fang Ping was really dissected and studied, it would be difficult to tell the truth. Old Man Li thought about it and said, "Could it be that his brain has mutated?" Fang Ping's mutation was not as obvious as the others. Wang Jinyang's bone marrow, Li Hansong's skull, and Yao Qingjuan's spiritual power. These people had obvious mutations and characteristics. Fang Ping could not tell now, but he could treat it as a mutation of his mentality. However, his mentality was not this strong before, so he could not explain his vitality. 5 hours, 10 hours, 1 day, and 1 night. When 48 hours had passed, Fong Ping, who was in the cultivation room, was trembling all over. Lu Fengru had been staring at him as well. She frowned and said, "Although his vitality is still full and his spirit is full, his stamina is not enough, including his mentality." Honing bones for 48 hours in a row was unheard of. For martial artists, cultivating for 1 or 2 hours was considered long. Fong Ping, on the other hand, had been honing his bones for 48 hours straight, without rest. He was almost at his limit. Old Man Li shook his head. "Not yet." "I know, but if this goes on, I'm afraid it will be difficult to complete. Let's wait and see." The two of them stopped talking and closed their eyes to focus. So tired, so sleepy. Fong Ping also felt dizzy, even though his mentality was maintained above 400 hertz. After 2 days and 2 nights of continuous bone honing, he was mentally exhausted. Repeating the same process continuously for 48 hours would be unbearable for anyone. They would feel tired. "I need to find something to distract myself." Fong Ping's head was dizzy. He suddenly opened his eyes and shouted outside, "Teacher, are you still there?" Lu Fengru opened her eyes and said nothing. "Teacher, do you have any pills on you? Let me help you count. I'm so sleepy I'm about to fall asleep." Lu Fengru, "Teacher, are you there? I'm really going to fall asleep. I'm tired and sleepy. I can't take it anymore." "Teacher, if I don't have any pills, I can count the money. Why don't you bring me a computer? I want to watch television." Lu Fengru's expression darkened. Old Man Li yawned and said, "Lil Song." Song Ingji walked over immediately. Old Man Li smiled and said, "Go, get some human anatomy illustrations and send them to him. Let him feel refreshed." Song Ingji laughed dryly and said, "I don't think it's appropriate. It's easy to get distracted and temper in the wrong place. It's okay. He's very afraid of death. He'll be careful. All right, I'll go find some." Soon, the door to the cultivation room was opened. No one entered the door, but an album was thrown in. Fong Ping did not move his feet. He tried to use his mentality to flip through the atlas, but his mentality was still slightly weak. The atlas moved slightly, but did not open. When Old Man Li saw this, he was envious and jealous. He said jealously, "Seems like he's a little stronger than me." Lu Fengru did not care. He was much weaker than her. Of course, this kind of mentality was comparable to those peak rank 6 martial artists who came into contact with mentality. Old Man Li was not weak, but his mentality was really average. It was not as strong as Fong Ping's. Inside the room, Fong Ping's mentality could not open the atlas. He could only rely on his strong control. He moved his feet and flipped the pages with the tips of his toes. When he saw the pictures of the bloody brains being split open, Fong Ping suddenly calmed down. He really wanted to smoke a cigarette now, then go out and kill a few people. He guessed that Old Man Li was outside and Song Ingji was an accomplice. Lu Fengru had also acquiesced. If he was a peak rank 6 or a grandmaster, then things would be much easier. He could go out now and beat a few people half to death. Then he would send them to the laboratory to watch people cut open their heads. "I want strength. I must have strength. Next time, I'll bring them to watch people cut open high-ranked powerhouses' heads for fun." Fong Ping was indignant. "Sooner or later, I'll tell you that rank 6 and 7 powerhouses' heads can be cut open too." On the 3rd day, Fong Ping's wealth was almost depleted. The bone honing was also coming to an end. After 60 hours of continuous bone honing, even with the stimulation of the atlas, Fong Ping was now really in a state of drowsiness, until he felt his spine burning, his bones jumping, and his vitality boiling. Fong Ping suddenly woke up. It was almost done. "Fong Ping, remember, try to hone your bone marrow." Lu Fengru's voice came from outside the door. Fang Ping said loudly, "Got it." The next moment, Fang Ping's vitality surged rapidly. The bones in his body made cracking sounds, and his spine was shaking continuously. On the surface of his body, layers of dirty blood were dripping like water. My body is changing. The great circulation is completed. Fang Ping's slightly cloudy eyes were shining. His qi and blood, which had previously been clogged, were now flowing smoothly from his head to his lower body. "It's so hot." His spine was burning. Every time his vitality circulated, it seemed to become a little stronger. This repeated for more than 10 times. Suddenly, Fang Ping coughed violently. Murky, dirty blood came out of his mouth. "It's transforming." Fang Ping watched helplessly as his skin contracted and expanded continuously. Every time it contracted and expanded, his skin would become a little tighter. This was the transformation of his body. Inside his body, his bones and vitality were all transforming. Upper stage rank 3 was really different from other stages. Even when he was an aspiring martial artist and had completed thrice honing and bone honing a few times, it was not as obvious as it was now. The surface of my body is transforming into a golden body. Is this laying the foundation for a golden body? A series of realizations made Fang Ping's mind start to clear up. In the next moment, the transformation was nearing its end. The reason for this was the depletion of his vitality. Fang Ping looked at his wealth. He had more than 3 million left. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and quickly replenished his vitality. Soon, the transformation began again. His skin, meridians, bones, vitality, and even his internal organs seemed to be transforming. There's not enough vitality. It can't penetrate deep into the bones. Fang Ping frowned and continued to replenish his vitality. As for his wealth, it kept decreasing. 2 million, 1 million, 500,000 an hour later, his wealth was completely depleted. It became 0. This was the first time Fang Ping had used up all his wealth, leaving nothing behind. With a series of crackling sounds, Fang Ping had completed the transformation of upper stage rank 3. He looked at the new data hurriedly. When he saw the 0, Fang Ping seemed to be happy and sad at the same time. Wealth, 0 vitality, 209 calories, 999 calories. Mentality, 300 hertz, 510 hertz. Bone honing, 177 bones, 90%. 29 bones, 30%. I'm upper stage rank 3 now, but I've really become a pauper. I'm penniless, my wealth is depleted, and I'm also carrying a debt of 1,000 credits. To reach upper stage rank 3, how much did I spend? How much wealth? Fang Ping did not dare to calculate. He only knew that right now he did not even have enough wealth to restore his vitality and mentality to their peak. Of course, the advancement of upper stage rank 3 was not just a matter of bones and vitality. His muscles, bones, and skin had all reached a limit. He was probably not far from peak rank 3. He tapped the back of his hand lightly. There was a metallic texture and sound. If I were to act as the 18 bronze men now, I probably wouldn't even need makeup. I should be called a blood man, though. Fang Ping mumbled. The door to the cultivation room opened. Lu Fengger glanced at him and nodded slightly. Not bad. What a pity. It was not bad because Fang Ping's transformation this time had honed his muscles, bones, and skin to a new stage. He was only 1 step away from peak rank 3. As long as Fang Ping adapted a little and mixed and digested various things, he would be a peak rank 3 martial artist. It was a pity that Fang Ping did not manage to hone his bone marrow. This meant that Fang Ping's excuse was still a little short of perfection. Of course, if his mentality could increase a little more, almost reaching Lu Fengger's level, then even if his bone marrow was not honed, it would not be a problem. If Lu Fengger wanted to, she could also achieve an endless vitality compared to a rank 3 martial artist. Old man Li strolled in. Fang Ping said suddenly, Instructor Li, didn't you say you were going to give me credits? Old man, Li was surprised. When? Then did you say you were going to cut my head off? Old man Li was even more confused. He was speechless. What are you talking about? Fong Ping shook his head and said sheepishly, Then I must have heard wrongly. Old man Li ignored him. He would just treat it as a hallucination. They did not continue this topic. Old man Li glanced at him and nodded slightly. Not bad. Cultivate well. Don't rush to breakthrough at this stage. You need to accumulate your strength and foundation. Otherwise, you'll really become a vitality martial artist. Combat techniques need to be cultivated and analyzed in depth. At the very least, you need to reach the stage where you can master power, Lu Fengru said coldly. Master power? If you don't have a killer move, then you're useless. Old man Li laughed. I was just giving a suggestion. I'll leave first. I won't meddle in your affairs. Fong Ping said quickly, Thank you, Old man Li. These people would probably be here for the next few days. Old man Li did not reply. He waved his hand and left quickly. Once he left, Lu Fengru said, Continue cultivating here and stabilize your realm. Upper stage rank 3, close to peak. Your vitality should be close to 1,000 calories, right? Yes. Instructor, I think my vitality has reached its limit. That's normal. Lu Fengru explained. The effect of your thrice honing is almost at its limit now. Your only advantage is that when you enter Grandmaster, you can reach rank 8 faster. After all, when you were thrice honed, you honed your bones, not your whole body. Your internal organs are still the same as others. Therefore, after you enter the middle ranks, the gap between you and normal martial artists will close. Of course, if you accumulate an advantage in the early stages, the advantage in the 3 lower ranks will be obvious. It won't be that easy to close the gap. One step ahead, one step at a time. You're already upper stage rank 3. Others are still rank 1. Even Chen Yunqi, who is close to being thrice honed, has not reached peak rank 2 yet. This kind of gap may continue to exist. Fong Ping said again, Then my vitality can only be maintained at this stage? Not necessarily. You've just reached this stage. Next, continue to hone your body and make it stronger. You might be able to break through this stage. The upper limit of vitality is determined by the body, bones, meridians, internal organs, and many other factors. Your so-called upper limit now is actually determined by your own physical fitness. You're thrice honed, which means that you've developed the human body more than others. Under these circumstances, you still have a chance to break through this limit. Then, if my vitality reaches 1,000 calories and above, will the same vitality outburst be more powerful? Of course. Lu Fengru smiled faintly. Your vitality has broken through 1,000 calories. This means that your physical fitness is stronger than martial artists of the same rank in all aspects. If that's the case, it's normal for you to be stronger in the same vitality outburst. Then, is it possible for 1 calorie of vitality to be equivalent to 2 calories of a peak rank 3 martial artist? It depends on your own physical fitness. Understood? Fong Ping nodded slightly and said, Then my current vitality should be much stronger than middle stage rank 3. Can I defeat them easily? Lu Fengru rubbed her forehead. This kid talked a lot of nonsense. You'll know when you try. All right, consolidate your realm first. I'll leave first. Come to my place later. Okay. Thank you, teacher. Lu Fengru did not reply and left quickly. After Lu Fengru left, Fong Ping did not waste any time. Using the energy in the energy room, he began to recover his vitality quickly. His mentality decreased a little, but it did not affect his combat strength much. 3 hours later, Fong Ping's vitality was completely restored. When he walked out of the cultivation room again, it was already late at night on the 3rd. He was about 7 hours away from 72 hours. As soon as Fong Ping walked out, he did not waste any time and shouted, 7 hours in the cultivation room, 60 credits. Anyone want it? At that moment, there were still people in the hall. Hearing that, someone said, that's too long. Let's buy it together. After one cultivates, the next one continues. Why do you care about waiting so long? It's 10 credits cheaper. Where are you going to find it? 50 credits. We'll buy it together. Fong Ping glanced at the person who spoke and narrowed his eyes. 60 credits. Otherwise, I'll close your loan limit. The person who spoke was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have just realized that it was Fong Ping. Hearing that, his face turned green. Mother asterisk her, do you have any shame? Are you buying it or not? If not, I'll close it too. Fong Ping you. If you don't want to buy it, then forget it. It's 10 credits cheaper. It's like I'm forcing you. Buy it. The boy opposite him looked sullen. It was a bargain, but why did it not feel good? Song Ingji watched the two of them seal the deal. He grinned and said, 5 credits processing fee. Fong Ping's face twitched. Fine, I'll remember this. You're more ruthless than robbing me. Every time I use your computer, you charge me 5 credits. 150,000. Too bad, no way this time. Fong Ping cut to the chase. He looked at the person who had sealed the deal and said, I'll deduct 60 credits from your loan first. You'll pay it back later. I won't charge you any interest. Song Ingji was stunned. F***ck, there's such a trick. Fong Ping looked at him smugly. Do you think I'm stupid? Let you take advantage of me? He left, pleased with himself. After he left, the student from earlier was still mumbling, You know who I am? Fong Ping obviously would not tell him. He had a record of all rank 3 martial artists. His main purpose was to calculate who had a short life and how much interest he should add. For example, Qin Fengqing. Fong Ping had added 10 out of 10,000 points. He always thought that Qin Fengqing's face was very ugly. Upper stage rank 3. I'm free to soar. After exiting the cultivation room, Fong Ping was suddenly filled with emotion. Today, he had officially become one of the elite martial artists. Only after entering upper stage rank 3 could Fong Ping understand why it took 10,000 calories vitality to wear down the Grand Missionary that day. His body's strength had at least doubled. Right now, even if he did not use his vitality and allowed a rank 1 or 2 martial artists to attack him, they might not be able to break through his body's defense. The prerequisite was not to hit his head. Once he used his vitality defense, a middle stage rank 3 martial artist would need to use a super ultimate move with a vitality outburst of more than 300 calories to break through his defense. When I've mastered combat techniques and accumulated some wealth, I'll be invincible among rank 3 martial artists. Chapter 226. No matter how confident he was, he had to face reality. He had no money, no wealth, and a debt of 1,000 credits. He only had 340 credits left, which were not very useful. Fong Ping changed into C-class alloy combat boots, put on the inner armor made from the fur of peak rank for catacombs creatures, and picked up the repaired Feng's widow. At this moment, Fong Ping was feeling sorry for himself in the mirror. I'm handsome. Too bad I don't have money. Maybe it's time to do something big. After muttering to himself for a while, Fong Ping fell into a state of helplessness. He had no wealth, which meant that he was now a newbie who had just entered upper stage rank 3, not a powerful upper stage rank 3 martial artist. He did not have much time to feel sorry for himself. Fong Ping armed himself to the teeth and walked out of the dormitory. Fu Changding, who was walking toward him, saw Fong Ping walking out with a saber and said in shock, You want to fight President Qin? Fong Ping was confused. Fight? President Qin is looking for you. He wants to kill you. Don't you know? What? You gave him 10% interest, which is 3 times what other people pay. He's so angry, he's about to vomit blood. I just saw him walking around our dormitory with a saber. Looking for me? Maybe. Fong Ping's expression darkened. Did Qin Fengqing know that he had broken through? Was he taking advantage of the fact that he had not broken through to rank to beat him up first? Is he still here? Do you really want to fight him? Fu Changding was shocked. Fong Ping was amazing now. Even Qin Fengqing dared to fight him one-on-one. This fierce person had escaped from a rank 5 powerhouse, killed a rank 4 martial artist, and was ranked 6th on the Martial Arts University rank 3 combat strength ranking. He was truly a fierce person. Even in the national ranking, Qin Fengqing could be ranked top 100 among the 3 lower ranks, maybe even top 50. Back then, Wang Jinyang was only ranked top 30 in the national rank 3 ranking. In other words, Qin Fengqing was not much weaker than Wang Jinyang at the same rank. Martial artists who entered the ranking all had their own characteristics. Fong Ping did not reply. He walked to the staircase and looked down from the corridor window. Fortunately, he was not there. Fong Ping was relieved that he was not there. This was when he was at his strongest, but also his weakest. At this time, with the same HP, he could easily beat up 5 of his previous selves. But because he had 0 wealth and 0 pills, if he met Qin Fengqing now, the probability of him being crippled was as high as 90%, even though that guy was also poor. Fu Changding also poked his head out to take a look, but did not see anyone. He suddenly shouted, "President Qin, are you still there?" Pa! Fong Ping stretched out his hand and slapped him on the forehead. He asked impatiently, "What are you doing? Didn't you want to duel with him?" Fu Changding was speechless. "That's not what you meant. Get lost." He couldn't be bothered with this fellow. He just wanted to watch a good show. He had yet to cultivate his battle techniques, and his wealth was empty. Only if he was crazy would he fight Qin Fengqing to the death. "I'm going out for a while. Also, I want to hold a promotion banquet. What do you think? Can each of you give a gift worth a few million?" Fong Ping felt that this kind of promotion banquet was actually a good opportunity to earn money. "I just don't know if everyone will buy it." Obviously, the probability of them buying it was extremely low. Fu Changding could not help but laugh. "Giving you a red packet of 3 to 500 is fine. A few million? Are you awake? Also, what kind of promotion banquet is this? You're a rank 3 martial artist. An upper stage rank 3 martial artist isn't considered weak, right?" Fu Changding's expression changed. The corner of his mouth twitched. "Upper stage rank 3? Didn't I say it last time? You're upper stage rank 2, and I'm upper stage rank 3. Now that you've entered upper stage rank 2, I can't fall behind, right? You!" Fu Changding was completely dumbfounded. "I'm rank 2 and you're rank 3. How could these two be the same? When I was middle stage rank 1, you weren't even a martial artist yet." Now he had just entered upper stage rank 2, and Fong Ping was already an upper stage rank 3 martial artist? Fu Changding was in a daze. He was starting to doubt his life. Fong Ping, on the other hand, knew that he would not give a gift worth a few million. He suddenly lost the mood to hold a banquet. However, when he became a grandmaster, he would definitely hold a big one. Grandmaster banquets really existed. Every time a grandmaster powerhouse advanced, one more grandmaster meant one more strategic powerhouse. The government would pay attention to the advancement of such powerhouses, be it from within or outside the government. A grandmaster banquet was truly spectacular. Unfortunately, the current Fong Ping was not qualified to participate. After leaving Fu Changding behind, Fong Ping went downstairs to investigate. He did not find Qin Fengqing, so he carefully left the school. That fellow was now almost the same as him. He was so poor that he was crazy. Fong Ping still charged him high interest. If it were him, he would also want to fight to the death with someone. "We're all poor," Fong Ping lamented as he walked. He was so poor that he could not even afford to drive now. Burning fuel was also a waste of money. Now, he could understand why Wang Jinyang had gone around looking for Huang Bin for 500,000. When Fang Ping was at rank 1 and 2, he was not in need of money. 500,000 was nothing to him. Now that he was rank 3, however, he was really in need. 10 minutes later, Prosperity Building. As soon as Fang Ping arrived, the whole place fell silent. Then, a wave of passionate, respectful greetings rang out. "Hello, CEO Fang." 96th on the rank 3 ranking list. He had killed a peak rank 3 martial artist. The current Fang Ping was no longer the MCMAU rookie from before. No matter how outstanding an MCMAU rookie was, he was still a new student. Now, however, Fang Ping, who had killed a peak rank 3 martial artist, was already at the peak of the lower 3 ranks. For ordinary people, rank 1 martial artists were worthy of respect, let alone a rank 3 martial artist. Even in Magic City, middle-ranked martial artists were rare. Fang Ping had seen them a lot. That was because MCMAU instructors were middle-ranked martial artists. MCMAU was not a grassroots organization. A famous martial arts university was comparable to a provincial administrative organization. In a big city like Nanjiang, how many grandmasters were there? In MCMAU, there were 4 grandmasters. If Zhang Dingnan had not broken through last year, the number of grandmasters in Nanjiang province would only be equal to MCMAU's. In reality, they were not as good because MCMAU had 2 rank 8 grandmaster powerhouses. Fang Ping nodded in response to the employee's reverence. He did not feel too much about it. Back when he was doing missions, some of the local Department of Investigation Services directors would eagerly fawn over him. Fang Ping had long since become indifferent to it. Following the employees' greetings, Li Qingze also left the office. "Mr. Fang," Fang Ping nodded slightly and walked over. When he entered the office, Fang Ping asked, "What about the financing?" At the end of May, Li Qingze had called him. The financing was a little more reliable. It was already the 4th of June. Fang Ping was now so poor that he was a little anxious. Li Qingze said, "The situation now is like this. The other party wants to finance our online platform. Offline express delivery, including food and beverage delivery, they are not too willing to finance. They think this model is too wasteful. They suggested that we outsource these instead of setting them up ourselves. Otherwise, not only will it take a long time, but it will also waste money." "What's the price?" "For the platform, they are willing to finance 20 million. After the financing, they will get 30% of the shares." Fang Ping frowned slightly. Actually, this price was not too low. The other party's pre-financing valuation of Distance's food and beverage platform was close to 50 million. It could be said that they were sincere, the kind that was full of sincerity. Fang Ping had invested about 35 million in Distance, but it was mainly used to set up offline distribution channels and express delivery channels. The real construction and promotion of the platform probably cost less than 20 million. However, it had been almost a year since the platform was set up. In Magic City, the platform had accumulated a large number of customers. The other party's price of 50 million was not unreasonably high. Fang Ping lightly knocked on the office table. He said in a low voice, "Now that the 3G smartphones have been launched by manufacturers, our food and beverage application platform can be prepared to go online." Li Qingze nodded and said, "Then, about the financing, if they want a financing platform, that's fine. We can split Distance into 3 parts. First, the food and beverage platform. Second, offline express delivery, including regular express delivery and food and beverage delivery. Third, the martial arts university e-commerce platform. As for the food and beverage platform, they want to finance 20 million and get 30% of the shares." Fang Ping thought for a moment and said, "It's a little low. Of course, it doesn't seem low at the moment, but with the advent of the mobile internet era, development will be very fast." Right now, we have already started to develop in other areas. Nanjiang has also started to prepare for expansion. 30 million. I can sell 30% of the shares to them. Li Qingze was stunned. These two concepts were not the same. Selling meant that the 30 million would be Fang Ping's personal money. Financing meant that the money would go into the company. The two could not be equated. Selling 30% of the shares to the other party would cost 30 million. In other words, Fang Ping valued the platform at 100 million. Financing 30 million and the other party getting 30% of the shares meant that the current valuation of the platform was 70 million. Fang Ping simply changed a few words, but the difference was too big. This, Li Qingze felt that Fang Ping was really asking for an exorbitant price. He had invested less than 20 million in the food and beverage platform. In less than 10 months, Fang Ping had increased it by 5 or 6 times. This was impossible to negotiate. Fang Ping said mildly, "The internet sells the concept, not the actual thing. If you say it's worth 100 million, then it's worth 100 million. If you say it's not worth much, then it's really not worth much. As long as the environment doesn't deteriorate, there are still prospects. At least for now, although the situation is a little tense, it hasn't deteriorated yet. At the very least, there won't be any problems in 3 to 5 years. In 3 to 5 years, everything is possible. Who can tell what the future will be like? Maybe we'll make a lot of money, maybe we'll make a loss. That's how risky investments are." Li Qingze looked confused. Fang Ping smiled and said, "Pass this on to the other party. They should understand what I mean. Moreover, this is a company that I, Fang Ping, opened. I've already entered upper stage rank 3. Peak rank 3 is only a matter of time. In the future, if the environment really deteriorates, maybe I've already entered Grandmaster. What's a few tens of millions to invest in a Grandmaster powerhouse in advance? When that time comes, maybe this money will save lives, and it'll be more important than profits. Of course, whether or not they dare to take the risk is also a test for these investors. I need money now. That's why I'm selling the company's shares at a low price. Actually, it also includes a favor from me. No matter what, in my opinion, investing 30 million will not only get 30% of the platform's shares, but also gain my friendship. I think it's worth it." Li Qingze fell into a state of shock again. Upper stage, rank 3? Peak? The boss's progress was too fast. Fang Ping ignored him and said with a smile, "Pass these words to the other party. Because they're the first company to invest in our company with such sincerity, I'm using a favor as an excuse. Otherwise, business is business. There's no need to talk about favors. 30 million is nothing to me. If they know me, they should know." Martial artists could earn money at a relatively fast speed. The prerequisite was that they were strong enough. Fang Ping was not only doing this for the 30 million in cash, but also to get the system to confirm the platform's value. If the platform was really valued at 100 million, then the system would very likely increase his wealth by more than 80 million. This was considered a net increase in assets. For Fang Ping at the moment, he was too short of wealth, including the cultivation of combat techniques. Without wealth, it was wishful thinking to expect much progress in a short period of time. Although Li Qingze did not understand many of the words, he still nodded and said, "Okay, I'll pass on your words to the other party. Let them make a decision as soon as possible. I'm in a hurry because I'm short of money recently. If I miss this time, I won't be able to use them when I return with a full load." "You're going out?" "Yes, I'm going on a long trip. It'll be within this month." Li Qingze nodded again and said, "I'll pass on this to them as well. If necessary, let them talk to me." Fang Ping had always been in school. The other party was talking to Li Qingze now. Li Qingze lacked information and understanding about the martial arts world. Sometimes it was difficult to move the other party with some of his advantages. Fang Ping was different. As an upper stage rank 3 martial artist, he had achieved upper stage rank 3 in less than a year. Now that he was investing in a company, he was also investing in Ping. This was something Li Qingze had not considered at the moment. If the platform was valued at 100 million and the platform was worth 50 million, then the investor Ping would need at least 50 million. Of course, this depended on how the other party considered it. After talking to Li Qingze for a while, Fang Ping reminded him at last, "You must be fast. If you can finish it in one day, don't drag it until the next day. I'm in a hurry." Entering the catacombs would only take half a month and 20 days. He still had to cultivate combat techniques. Time was too tight. During this period, Fang Ping did not even have time to do missions. If he encountered a more troublesome mission, he might not even be able to complete one mission after so many days. At this moment, Fang Ping could only consider financing as his only way out. If he really could not get financing, Fang Ping could only choose to borrow some credits to buy some pills for himself. There was no other way that his combat power would be greatly reduced. "I understand. Contact me immediately if there's any news." Fang Ping did not waste any more time. After giving his instructions, he quickly left the company. When he returned to school, Fang Ping received a message from Zhao Xuemei asking him to hurry to Villa number 8. Fang Ping did not think too much about it. He went straight to Lu Fengru's villa. Chapter 227. Villa number 8. When Fang Ping arrived, it was the first time the villa felt like it could not hold all the people. There were many people there. Zhao Xuemei and Chen Yunqi were there. There were also 3 guys and a girl, all young people that Fang Ping was not familiar with. Lu Fengru leaned on the sofa as if she was taking a nap. As soon as Fang Ping entered, Lu Fengru said lightly without opening her eyes, "You're here. Let's get to know each other." After Lu Fengru said that, the 3 guys and the girl looked at Fang Ping. Yi Qing, Junior in the School of Weaponry, upper stage rank 3. Liang Fenghua, Junior in the School of Weaponry, peak rank 3. Liang Huabao, Sophomore in the School of Weaponry. Liang Fenghua is my brother, middle stage rank 3. Lu Mengyao, Junior in the School of Production, middle stage rank 3. The 3 guys and the girl introduced themselves. Yi Qing's expression was cold and his hair stood straight up. One look and you could tell that he was not a kind person. In Fang Ping's impression, people with this kind of hairstyle were the typical troublemakers. The Liang brothers looked more honest. Both of them had entered MCMAU. One was peak rank 3, the other was middle stage rank 3. They were not weak either. As for Lu Mengyao, she looked much gentler. Perhaps it was because she was from the School of Production, but she was not as fierce as some of the girls from the School of Weaponry. Fang Ping quickly said, "Fang Ping, freshman, upper stage rank 3. Everyone took a few more glances at him, including Zhao Xuemei and Chen Yunqi. Fang Ping had actually entered upper stage rank 3. Junior is really amazing. Before Liang Fenghua could finish his compliment, Lu Fengru interrupted. "It's good that you know each other. You're all my students in the past few years, including Fang Ping, Xuemei, and Yunqi. I've taken in 15 students in the past few years." Fang Ping knew about this. Lu Fengru had mentioned it before. However, in the past year, Fang Ping had not seen his senior brothers and sisters. Lu Fengru continued, "Out of the 15, 6 are dead." Fang Ping's pupils contracted. If he remembered correctly, Lu Fengru had said that 4 had died during the freshman year. 1 rank 4 and 3 rank 3. In less than a year, 2 more had died? Lu Fengru said calmly, "The other 2 are disabled now. They've gone home to retire. You 7 are my students now." "Teacher," Lu Mingyao's eyes suddenly turned red. She choked and said, "Senior brother Zhang and the others." Lu Fengru said tiredly, "I've said it before. If you're injured, don't go to the catacombs anymore." If he didn't listen, now that 70% of his bones were broken and he was sitting in a wheelchair, he could retire at home. "Today, I asked all of you to come together to tell you that enough has died. Over the past 4 years, I've accepted 15 students, and the rest are less than half. I won't accept any more students next semester, and I might not accept any more in the future. In the short span of 4 years, her students had died one after another. Among all the instructors, her students had died the most. Lu Fengru reached out and massaged her temples. She looked at Yi Qing and said, "You went on a mission with Zhang Longshan. Do you think there's something fishy about it?" Yi Qing frowned slightly. After a while, he shook his head and said, "I don't think so. We were a little unlucky. We encountered a small team of scouts led by a middle-stage rank for martial artist. Senior Chun died in battle, and Senior Zhang was heavily injured. I was separated from the other two. In the end, Senior Zhang escaped and came back, but he could no longer cultivate." Lu Fengru said tiredly, "Are you all too radical? Or is someone plotting against me?" One after another, they died. Everyone was speechless. Lu Fengru sighed. Suddenly, she looked at Fang Ping and the others and said, "The few of you are entering the catacombs for the first time. I'm afraid it'll be quite dangerous. Fang Ping, you're smart. Pay attention and don't die. Also observe more. Whether it's an accident or someone is targeting me." Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. He quickly said, "Instructor, can't be right?" Lu Fengru said lightly, "Who knows? I've offended a lot of people these years. Back then, there were some unforeseen events, and I did a lot of things. Everyone didn't seem to care, but who knows what they were thinking. Also, some people were worried that I, Lu Fengru, would cause big trouble when I broke through to Grandmaster and implicate humanity. What a great sin! Letting my students die might be a blow to me. If I can't break through to Grandmaster, naturally, I won't be able to implicate humanity. Using the lives of a few rank 3 martial artists in exchange for the future of humanity. Tell me, is this moral high ground high enough? Therefore, be clear-headed. I won't kill you on the surface, but no one knows what's going on behind the scenes. Also, are evil sect martial artists really evil sect members? Do other worlds have them? We've been at war with the catacombs for many years. Although we don't speak the same language, after years of research, we can generally guess what everyone is trying to say. It's not impossible that some people are spies for the catacombs. I have many geniuses among my students. The death of one genius is more worthwhile than the death of 10 mediocre people. All in all, there are all kinds of possibilities. Grow some brains and think before you do anything. There are 7 people. How many more do you want to die?" Lu Fengru exhaled softly and continued, "Remember, when you enter the catacombs, don't trust anyone easily. That's a world without laws. At least for us humans. Other than the stronghold, there are no laws anywhere else. With a big enemy like the catacombs, humans can't afford internal strife. But that's only limited to the big picture. If a martial artist dies in the catacombs, who knows how he died? I don't like to think of others with malicious thoughts, but I can't help but think that too many people have died in these years. Especially on my side, more and more people are dying." Fang Ping and the others fell silent. "I'm just reminding you, don't let more people die. Feng Hua, don't go to the catacombs for now. Get ready to break through to rank 4. When you graduate, go to the government and don't go to the military department. Hua Bao and Meng Yao, get ready to break through to upper stage rank 3. Yi Qing, get to peak rank 3 as soon as possible. The situation is unstable recently, so don't go to the catacombs. As for Fang Ping, the 3 of you haven't gone in even once. It's a must to go, but remember this, there's only a future if you're alive." Lu Fengru said in a low voice, "In school, the other instructors will tell you that you have to fight, or be afraid to fight, or avoid it. When you go to the catacombs, the military department will tell you that you'd rather die standing than live kneeling. However, remember what I said, those who die are idiots. Even if you know you can't win, don't try to be hot-blooded. I'm not worried about Fang Ping. Xue Mei, Both of you remember, when you enter the catacombs, you must follow Fong Ping. Don't tell me that you won't retreat until you die. When Fong Ping runs, you must run faster than him." Fong Ping was speechless. Was old Lu complimenting him or insulting him? When did I ever run? Back then, I was also a middle stage rank 3 who fought against a peak martial artist. I was so brave that I was a mess. How did I become the Fong Ping that you're talking about? Zhao Xuemei and Qin Yunqi looked at each other. Lu Fengru did not care about this. She looked at Fong Ping and said, "I don't care about the others. Humans are selfish. If they die, so be it. Remember to bring your fellow disciples back in one piece. If you can abandon your sect, then you're not wise. You're just a hypocrite. Remember what I said. Of course, if you encounter a life-threatening crisis, escape as many as you can. Act according to the circumstances." Fong Ping nodded solemnly. "Instructor, I haven't reached that point yet." Lu Fengru continued to rub her forehead. After a while, she said, "The rest of you can go back first. Work hard on your cultivation. Fong Ping, stay for a while." The others didn't delay either. They said their goodbyes and left on their own. After they left, Lu Fengru leaned on the sofa. After thinking for a while, she said, "The time to enter the catacombs this time has been confirmed. We'll officially enter on the 20th of June. Tang Feng will lead the team." Fong Ping heard that and said immediately, Instructor Tang isn't your enemy, is he?" Lu Fengru rolled her eyes and said exasperatedly, "Lion Tang. How do I say this? His IQ might not be high, but his character is not bad. He'll lead the team. He won't purposely target anyone or kill anyone. Do you understand?" "Understood." Fong Ping breathed a sigh of relief. If Lu Fengru said that, it meant that Big Lion was quite reliable. Lu Fengru continued, "Lion Tang will lead the team. He has the strength of a peak rank 6. Your safety is still guaranteed. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't ever separate from him. If you really encounter a crisis, find a way to contact my father in the catacombs. Of course, the possibility is very low. The catacombs are huge. I don't know where he is. Moreover, the catacombs are very dangerous. Is he still alive?" Lu Fengru shook her head slightly. Her father had entered the catacombs and had not been heard from for more than a year. She had seen him once at the beginning of last year. After that, there was no news of him. Lu Fengru really did not know whether he was dead or alive. Although she was not too sure, Lu Fengru still threw a pocket watch to Fong Ping. "This was left behind by my father. It has his photo. If you meet him, you can ask for help. If you don't force it." Fong Ping received the pocket watch solemnly. This was a keepsake of a peak rank 7 Grandmaster. He might be able to meet him and get some benefits out of it. Also, remember, you just have to protect Xuemei. As for Qin Yunqi, if you encounter any trouble, you can run with her. She's the only girl in the 3rd generation of the Qin family. Old man Qin has 6 or 7 grandsons and only 1 granddaughter. He should have made some arrangements. Running with her is safer than following others. When I asked you to protect her earlier, I was actually telling you that her chances of survival are higher than yours." "Understood." Fong Ping agreed readily. If he really encountered trouble, he had a backup plan. Lu Fengru thought for a while. Finally, she said, "Watch out for the few grandmasters in MCMAU. Other than the old vice-chancellor, watch out for everyone else." Fong Ping was completely dumbfounded. What did she mean? Lu Fengru said lightly, "The few high grandmasters in MCMAU, including Wu Quishan, firmly believe that the country is the most important. Humanity comes first. Everything else comes second. Do you understand what I mean?" "Not really. Idiot." Lu Fengru scolded. She frowned and said, "For the big picture, they can sacrifice a part of themselves. You fall into this category. Your matter is unclear. Who knows what they think? Of course, the possibility is not high. After all, you're an MCMAU student. Your mentality is not weak. There's a chance that you'll become a grandmaster. For the big picture, they'll choose to protect you. But that's not what I'm worried about. It's, Fong Ping said hurriedly, what are you worried about? Lu Fengru's eyes flickered. After a while, she said, for the sake of humanity and the big picture, it's best that I, Lu Fengru, don't become a grandmaster. Becoming a grandmaster requires the unity of essence, spirit, and soul. If a few more of my students die, I might be affected. My essence, spirit, and soul will never be full. Naturally, I won't be able to break through. These are my own guesses, but it's not impossible. In short, you just have to be careful. Even if they want to block my path of breakthrough for the so-called big picture, they won't attack anyone on purpose. However, it's still possible that they'll leave me in the lurch. Or they might just arrange some difficult missions for me. Fong Ping was stunned. What did she mean? In order to prevent Lu Fengru from breaking through, these grandmasters might watch her students die on purpose. They would not go to that extent, would they? From Fong Ping's perspective, whether it was Huang Jing or Wu Quishan, of course he was not familiar with these people. Fong Ping only felt that these grandmasters were also fighting hard for humanity. They were the vanguard on the battlefield, protecting their home and country. They were riddled with scars. Could these people really do such a thing? Lu Fengru said tiredly, it's enough that you have some idea. It's hard to explain. After all, if I break through, I'll definitely go to the catacombs. If I don't die, someone else will. If I die, the loss isn't great. What if the other party dies? If a rank 9 powerhouse, the lord of a city, dies, I'm afraid the Great War will not be far away. Lives will be plunged into misery and suffering? Maybe. But there are some things that I have to do even if I know. I'm not as righteous as them. I don't care about what happens to all of humanity. I only know that if there's a grudge, I have to take revenge. In short, this is the situation. If you meet these old fellows in the catacombs, don't try to get close to them. Grandmasters are inhuman. Who knows if they still have humanity? Including my father. Who knows what he's thinking? Maybe when I become a grandmaster, then I'll understand. Remember, your life is your own. I've warned you so much. If you still die, don't blame me. Fong Ping put on a long face and said, I wasn't too afraid at first. After what you said, teacher, I'm a little scared now. I feel like there are enemies everywhere. Everyone wants my life. That's right. Teacher, do you have anything that can save your life? For example, a scroll that seals your one-hit power, a single-use weapon that can explode the power of a grandmaster, like Lu Fengru looked at him as if she was looking at an idiot. After a long time, she said, I want them too. If you really have them, can you give me some? You have those pills, right? Why don't you give me some? Give me 300 to 500 resurrection pills. Lu Fengru sneered and said lazily, I don't have any resurrection pills, but I do have something good for you. After saying that, Lu Fengru took out a bottle from the drawer and threw it to Fong Ping. Vitality explosion pill, for you. Vitality explosion pill. This was the first time Fong Ping had seen a vitality explosion pill. It doesn't have much effect. The only thing it can do is make your vitality boil. No, burn. Burning your vitality can make you more powerful. I think I've seen the effect of this pill on TV before. TV shows are based on reality. After consuming a vitality explosion pill, no matter how much vitality you have, you'll be waiting for death if you can't kill your enemy. Of course, you might not, so I'm giving it to you. If you really meet a rank 4 or 5 martial artist, you can try it. You won't die even if your vitality is burned up. Can't you recover? As she said that, Lu Fengru seemed to remember something and added, the vitality explosion pill burns up all your vitality in one go. If you can't replenish your vitality in time, you'll die. Do you still want it? A fatal pill? Fong Ping mumbled. The meaning of her words was too clear. If his vitality was burned up in one go, he would become a dried corpse even if the enemy did not die. It's not certain death. After killing the enemy, stopping the vitality outburst, and eating more vitality pills, you might not die, but your vitality will definitely be greatly damaged. Lu Fengru said irresponsibly, then continued, 3 pills. If you don't die after eating them, you can prepare more for yourself in the future. Fang Ping smiled and said, Instructor, give me more. Others will die after eating them anyway. This thing was good. Lu Fengru gave him 3 pills, and his wealth increased by 4. 5 million in an instant. What did this mean? This meant that the Vitality Explosion pill could be sold for more than 2 million each. Lu Fengru humphed and ignored him. This thing was not a mainstream pill, so it was rare. How could there be so many of them? Most people would not buy them, and pill companies would not purposely make them. The military did make some, and these few pills she had were also obtained from the military. Cut the crap. From tomorrow onwards, cultivate combat techniques with me. Get out now. Instructor, get out. Chapter 228. From the 5th of June onwards, Fang Ping started cultivating combat techniques. Zhang Dingnan had given him an improved version of Manic Explosion. Fang Ping started to reorganize and cultivate it again. The old version of Manic Explosion sounded awesome, but in reality it was just average among middle-ranked combat techniques. Activating a big move was the 7 consecutive slashes. This was a cycle, and the 7 consecutive slashes were all in an evenly explosive state. Simply put, Manic Explosion pursued uniform outbursts. 7 consecutive slashes were equal in power, and only when all 7 slashes were combined would it be considered an ultimate move. But after the revision, Manic Explosion was different. Overlaying outbursts. After Zhang Dingnan entered the Grandmaster realm, he had more ideas and studied martial arts more deeply. It was still 7 outbursts, but the vitality outbursts were overlaying. The first slash was 30 calories, the second 40 calories, and the 7th was even stronger. 7 consecutive slashes, each stronger than the last. 7 consecutive slashes would increase in sequence, outbursting beyond one's usual limit. If it was a single move, Fang Ping might only have a vitality outburst of 100 calories, but if he cultivated according to Manic Explosion, he might be able to outburst 150 calories by the 7th slash. Cultivating combat techniques consumed a lot of energy. Combat techniques were not theoretical cultivation methods. They needed to be practiced. No matter how good one's theory was, if one did not slash, how could it be called combat techniques? Every time he cultivated, Fang Ping's vitality would be greatly consumed. At his level, his vitality recovered very quickly, unlike rank 1 and 2, whose vitality was depleted and his body recovered very slowly. At upper stage rank 3, Fang Ping might be able to generate 10 calories vitality to replenish at the next moment when he used up 100 calories. Even so, Fang Ping still consumed a lot of wealth. The 5 million wealth that Lu Fengru gave him was being consumed at the rate of 500,000 a day. It sounded like a lot, but in reality it was only enough to replenish 500 calories vitality. However, with 500 calories replenishment and his body's recovery, Fang Ping's daily cultivation time was not short. When he cultivated, he did not have to use vitality outbursts for every move. Only when he encountered something he did not understand would he use his vitality to train. Other than Manic Explosion, Fang Ping also started to work hard on the cultivation of Cloud Step. He was not afraid of not being able to beat them, but he had to be able to run. Upper stage, rank 3 martial artists were almost all elevated pole standing. At this point, Fang Ping's speed advantage was not that great. Others could even step into the air. Therefore, only by practicing footwork to a high degree could one run faster than others. Other than these 2 combat techniques, Lu Fengru also recommended Fang Ping to learn a middle-ranked combat technique, Blood Arrow Method. By the Haven, Lu Fengru said softly, This is a battle technique that I created. I won't let anyone else learn it. Fang Ping read the combat technique's introduction for a while. This was a combat technique that truly put one's life on the line, condensing one's blood essence and spurting an arrow of blood. Teacher, that looks familiar. Fang Ping mumbled. This cultivation method looked really familiar. Lu Fengru said disapprovingly, It's fine as long as it's useful. Many martial artists like to hold blood in their mouths when they're injured and spit at their enemies to disrupt their vision. Xue Mei did it during the championship. However, that kind of blood arrow would not have any effect if it was just a little more careful. The blood arrow method was different. It was a special way of using vitality and could only be cultivated by martial artists above upper stage rank 3, because the key was to separate the qi and blood from the body. Martial artists below upper stage rank 3 could not do this. Their vitality was in a restrained state. Martial artists above upper stage rank 3 could barely do it. At this time, one could use a special vitality condensation method to let vitality leave the body and truly use vitality as a weapon to hurt the enemy, Fang Ping sighed. This combat technique is a little sinister, too sinister. Spitting blood and spurting out blood arrows were definitely lethal. If this was treated as a normal spitting blood sneak attack, would he not die from a sneak attack? How did his teacher think of creating such a method? Lu Fengru said lightly, Do you want to learn it or not? Learn it. Fang Ping's answer was straightforward. What a joke. Of course. He wanted to learn such a powerful combat technique. When he was fighting with others, slashing and slashing with his saber, sometimes he would encounter a wrestling situation where his limbs could not be free. At this time, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood. It pierced through the other party's head directly. It was too useful. Under normal circumstances, everyone would focus on defending the head because it was the weakness of those below high ranks. It was the biggest weakness. However, they would only defend against your limbs. Who would defend against your mouth? Therefore, during a fight, it was very difficult to attack the opponent's head. Everyone would defend with all their might. If it was a surprise attack, it would be easy. Blood arrows would pierce through the head directly. Fang Ping felt that this combat technique was simply a blessing for mankind. Lu Fengru's creation of this combat technique was practically tailor-made for him. Lu Fengru smiled faintly. Actually, many people have thought of this combat technique, but none of them have created it. Do you know why? It was not that no one had thought of this kind of sneak attack after so many years. The key was that it could not be created. Even if it was created, its power would be limited. Fang Ping shook his head. Because the vitality force ejection needs to be accumulated through the internal organs and throat. Everyone can cultivate the internal organs, but the throat is not the direction of everyone's cultivation. Fang Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. The throat is actually a weakness of many martial artists. Other than the cervical vertebrae, there are no fixed bones on the front of the throat for everyone to hone. Even if we use body honing to train and forge the body of Vajra, the throat is indeed not as strong as other parts of the body. The key of my blood arrow method is not the blood arrows, but the honing of the laryngeal cartilage. There are a total of 9 pieces of laryngeal cartilage, including thyroid cartilage, cricoid cartilage, and epiglottic cartilage. It is not that others have not considered using vitality to hone, but when vitality and blood flow through the throat, vitality will be weakened because the skull has not been honed. Why do rank 8 grandmasters say that they have achieved full mastery of the indestructible body? This is because after they have honed all the bones in their body, including these cartilages, they will be honed and truly become an indestructible body of Vajra. In the eyes of grandmasters, the blood arrow method is dispensable and there is no need to learn it. However, for middle and lower-ranked martial artists, the blood arrow method's method of honing the laryngeal cartilage is also a very unique method in the martial arts world. This was also Lu Fengru's exclusive secret technique. Powerhouses all had their own exclusive secret techniques, like manic explosion, that were not very useful to everyone. Everyone would publicize it and reveal it to the public. However, techniques like the blood arrow method were rarely publicized to the public. They were all secret techniques. Unless Lu Fengru became a grandmaster, then she might share it with others. Otherwise, this would be her trump card. Hearing this, Fong Ping was slightly surprised. Instructor, have the other seniors learned it as well? Lu Fengru said carelessly, their vitality is not strong enough, so it's useless even if they learn it. Your vitality is strong, so you can multitask. On one hand, you can attack the enemy head-on, and on the other, you can mobilize your vitality to perform the blood arrow method. This is the purpose of teaching you. Remember, don't leak it. Understood. Then I will teach you how to hone the laryngeal cartilage now. It is not difficult to hone the laryngeal cartilage, and it is very fast. After the honing is done, you will have learned most of the blood arrow method. In the next few days, Fong Ping only learned the 3 major combat techniques. Manic explosion, a saber technique for direct confrontation. Blood arrow method, a secret technique for sneak attacks. Cloud step, a must-have for running. No, a must-have for chasing the enemy. Cultivating the 3 major middle rank techniques made Fong Ping give up on the idea of continuing to study puncture kick. This low-ranked combat technique could no longer keep up with the pace. It was still purely focused on physical damage. Middle-ranked combat techniques, on the other hand, already involved many uses of vitality force. A week later, Fong Ping, who had learned the 3 major techniques, began to run out of wealth. Fong Ping was anxious and irritated. Without wealth, his vitality could not recover. He did not like to take pills to recover. Not only was it slow, but he did not even know if the pills were made from the catacombs' human body tissues. It was better to eat less of them. Just as Fong Ping's wealth was about to run out, Li Qingzi's message came. Mr. Fong, the other party has agreed. Li Qingzi seemed a little excited. 30 million to buy 30% of Distance food and beverage platform shares was something he could not have imagined before. This meant that in the other party's eyes, Distance food and beverage platform was worth as much as 100 million. In reality, how much was the investment? Recently, Li Qingzi had dissected the 3 projects that Fong Ping had mentioned and sorted out the financial situation. In the end, he calculated that the investment in the platform, including the publicity expenses, had only cost him 17 million. In less than a year, a price of 100 million was something that he had not expected at all. Fong Ping was also slightly surprised. He held his phone and asked, "What did the other parties say?" "They said that you have a bright future, Mr. Fong. Investing in Distance is also investing in you. I passed on your words. The other party's person in charge thinks that you may bring them greater returns in the future. They are investing in the future, not the present." In short, what they mean is that they hope to have a good foundation for cooperation with Distance, including MCMAU's e-commerce platform. They said that all the schools are watching it and waiting for the results. If it is operated well, maybe soon, all the martial arts schools will try it out. Distance is the first company to promote the e-commerce model to martial arts universities. This is also a manifestation of strength and ability. If there is a chance in the future, the other party hopes to have more cooperation with us. For example, the martial arts e-commerce platform system. Fong Ping frowned. "We'll talk about this later. This is not something that I can decide alone." MCMAU's platform was not something that Fong Ping could decide alone. At the very least, he had to get MCMAU's approval. Other than that, the other martial arts universities were also paying attention. This gave Fong Ping a headache. Was this not stealing his opportunity? Right now, his strength was still a little low. He had to think of a way to promote it in other schools. Maybe after returning from the catacombs, he could talk to Old Wang. If Old Wang, who controlled half of NMAU, was willing to let distance enter an MAU. Then things would be much easier. An independent platform was not as useful as a common platform. 99 martial arts universities shared a platform. As the first one, the probability of distance fighting for this opportunity was not small. The premise was that Fong Ping himself had a certain say. When will the contract be signed? They said any time, but they hope that you can be the one to sign it. No problem. Fong Ping agreed quickly. He said immediately, today is the 13th. The contract will be officially signed on the 15th. Okay, then I'll inform them. Li Qingze was overjoyed. Distance food and beverages, high valuation, was due to Fong Ping, but it also showed that the platform was operating well. This was also an affirmation of him. For the past year, he had only seen the accounts, but not the income. He had been anxious, but now there were finally results. Selling 30% of the shares, Fong Ping sighed softly. It was the first time he sold so much. It would not be easy to sell more in the future. I wonder if there will be an increase in wealth after signing the contract? I've invested 17 million. According to my current pricing, it should increase by 83 million. But will there really be an increase in wealth? This was the first time Fong Ping had encountered something like this. He was not very calm. If it did not work, then it would be troublesome. It should work. There's no reason why it can't work. Do my company's net worth have to reach that high? Then what's the use of a listed company's share price, no matter how high it is? Fong Ping was anxious, but he could only comfort himself. Although he did not put too much effort into the company, he had always been working with great expectations. If he did not succeed this time, Fong Ping would vomit blood. Although he was anxious, Fong Ping still did not stop cultivating combat techniques. June 14th, Fong Ping's 10th day of specializing in combat techniques. As Fong Ping vomited blood, a tiny hole appeared in the bluestone on the ground. Lu Fengru frowned slightly. Fong Ping said helplessly, "Instructor, I vomited so much blood. I'll die." He was vomiting blood every day. He felt that he might be anemic now. Lu Fengru snorted coldly. "Stop talking nonsense. The power is still too weak. Even if the skull isn't honed, it's still extremely hard. Your power might be able to injure others, but it can't really pierce through their skull. Unless you can accurately hit the opponent's weak points, like the eyes, every time. But during a battle, you might not have the chance to do so. This is a combat technique, not just a secret skill. The blood arrow method also has a vitality outburst requirement. To pierce through a person's skull, an outburst of at least 30 calories vitality is required," Fong Ping said in distress. "But my throat can't withstand such a high-intensity vitality outburst. I'll hurt myself easily. At most, I'll be mute for a while. What's there to be afraid of?" Fong Ping felt helpless. He might as well change the name of the blood arrow method to the 7 Injures Fist. Hurting others would hurt himself. He did not want to vomit blood to death one day or become a mute. Lu Fengru's lack of energy all day long was related to vomiting too much blood? Now, Fong Ping had serious doubts. Continue cultivating the blood arrow method. You can't delay the other 2 combat techniques either. Your manic explosion can only be stacked up to the 4th saber. When you unleash 50, 70, 90, and 110 vitality respectively, you'll only have 320 calories vitality after stacking up. Logically speaking, it's almost at the level of an ultimate move. However, this stacking is slightly weaker than a single 320 calories vitality outburst, so it's only comparable to the power of an ultimate move. Of course, this also reduces the difficulty of mastering combat techniques. Now, your pure vitality outburst is less than 150 calories at most in one move. You've barely mastered your own strength. Manic explosion, on the other hand, has allowed you to master an ultimate move in advance. That old man Zhang Dingnan's modified combat techniques are not bad. Zhang Dingnan's modified manic explosion was equivalent to separating the ultimate move and the ultimate move. This was much easier than mastering a single ultimate move. At this moment, if Fang Ping truly unleashed an outburst, he might be able to unleash 150 calories vitality in a single move, but it would definitely not reach 200 calories. However, if he used manic explosions for consecutive slashes, his stacked 320 calories vitality outburst would be slightly weaker than a single move, but it would definitely be more powerful than other upper stage rank 3 martial artists' 250 calories vitality outburst. Of course, this would also consume more vitality. When you've mastered the 5 consecutive slashes, then you'll truly have mastered a rank 3 ultimate move. Lu Fengru revealed a rare smile. She laughed lightly and said, "If you've mastered a rank 3 ultimate move, you'll be one of the best among rank 3 martial artists. I'm not referring to the Martial Arts University's rank 3 ranking, but the entire country's, including the military departments. You haven't entered the national ranking yet, but after mastering the 5 consecutive slashes, your ranking won't be lower than Qin Fengqing's." Qin Fengqing was currently ranked 6th in the Martial Arts University ranking. 2 days ago, the overall ranking that was only circulated internally was updated. Qin Fengqing was ranked 46th overall. As for Xiaolei, he was ranked 99th overall, barely making it into the ranking. If Fang Ping had mastered the 5 consecutive slashes, his ranking would not be much lower than Qin Fengqing's. Obviously, Xiaolei had not mastered a rank 3 ultimate move. As for the top 50 rank 3 martial artists, they might have already mastered it. Of course, this is considered a shortcut. Besides, it consumes a lot of vitality. Still, I'll say it again. For you, the difference isn't that big. Fang Ping could recover his vitality anyway. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Lu Fengru had overestimated him. He did not have wealth, so he was about the same as others. His vitality was really not higher than others. In other words, he did not have wealth, so he was at Qin Fengqing's level at most. However, if he had wealth, even if there were a few more Qin Fengqings, he might not be able to defeat them. Lu Fengru continued, "The time you've spent cultivating combat techniques is still too short. You've only grasped the basics now. No matter how strong combat techniques are, it's still about application. If you can't hit someone, 1,000 cal outburst will be useless. Therefore, you need to cultivate more. When necessary, you can spar with others. Besides, you don't have much of an advantage among rank 3 martial artists. If you really want to be invincible among rank 3 martial artists, you need to at least reach peak rank 3 and master individual ultimate moves. Ultimate moves also have differences in strength. We can all call an outburst of 300 calories and above a rank 3 ultimate move. But what about a 500 calories vitality outburst? A rank 3 powerhouse like that can kill a rank 4 or 5 martial artist with one move if they concentrate all their vitality into one move and have a 900 calories vitality outburst. They don't need to use too many moves. One move is enough to kill the enemy. This is the definition of an ultimate move. Fang Ping could only say that he had to look up to it. This kind of martial artist needed to immerse himself in combat techniques for at least 10 years or more. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to achieve. Fang Ping felt that if he wanted to achieve it, unless his vitality broke through the limit of 999 calories, if he reached 1,500 calories, he might be able to achieve an ultimate move outburst of 8 or 900 cal vitality. If he did not have enough time, he would have to cheat to make up for it. Fang Ping felt that he could consider this method instead of stubbornly delving into combat techniques to increase his vitality outburst. When his cultivation ended on the 14th, Fang Ping was once again on the brink of needing emergency treatment. For 5 million wealth had barely held on until now. If he did not get rich tomorrow, he had to quickly think of other ways to earn some money. Chapter 229. June 15th, Monday. Today was not only the day Fong Ping had to sign the contract, but it was also the day the Gaokou's cultural studies results were checked and the martial arts universities announced their admission standards. In 2008, MCMAU enrolled 1,580 people. The minimum admission standard was 130 calories vitality and 620 marks in cultural studies. In 2009, MCMAU expanded its enrollment to 2,000 people. However, the standard did not drop. Instead, it increased slightly. The minimum vitality was 132 calories. In the morning, Fong Ping heard some students discussing this year's enrollment when he walked out of school. He was filled with emotion. This time last year, he was also having a headache about which martial arts university to apply to. In the blink of an eye, he was already rank 3. After a while, 2,000 students will enter the university. I wonder if there will be any amazing genius martial artists this year. Fong Ping mumbled to himself as he strolled out of the campus. MCMAU was becoming more and more deserted. Most of the fourth-year students had already left the university. There were a few who did not leave. Most of them were staying on as MCMAU's assistant instructors. In MCMAU, university only lasted 4 years. There was no further study. The only chance to stay on was to become an assistant instructor or an instructor. However, an assistant instructor could be a rank 3 martial artist, while an instructor had to be at least rank 4. Most instructors actually started at rank 3. Few rank 4 graduates stayed on. It was normal for them to work in the government, the military department, the education department, or other places. On the way, Fong Ping's phone rang. Fong Yuan answered the call and asked coquettishly, "Brother, can you come back tomorrow?" Fong Yuan was going to take the Gaokou on the 17th. If he did not go back tomorrow, Fong Ping might not go back. Fong Ping could not help but laugh. "I think I can. I'll take care of some things today. After I'm done, I'll drive back. It'll be quick." "Really?" "Of course. Rest well. Exams are coming up. Don't think about random things all day." Fong Ping did not really care about Fong Yuan's Gaokao results. In this day and age, cultural studies were important, but martial arts was more important. The government wanted martial science students to take cultural studies in the hopes that they would not become simple brutes and brutes. Martial artists could also achieve better results in other fields. If it was just purely learning martial arts, such a martial artist would be more likely to break the law, and it would be difficult for them to go far on the path of martial arts. Of course, if one really wanted to excel in martial arts, the requirements for cultural studies would be much lower. For example, Fong Ping had talked to a few martial arts candidates in Nanjiang before. Even if these people did poorly in cultural studies, it would not be too much of a problem for them to enroll in MCMAU. After chatting with Fong Yuan for a while, Fong Ping arrived at the hotel where they had agreed to meet. Hotel conference room. Li Qingze and a few of Distance's managers, including the technical director, had already arrived. They had also hired a lawyer from a law firm. As soon as Fong Ping arrived, Li Qingze breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Fong." "Boss Fong." The few of them hurriedly greeted him. Fong Ping nodded slightly and asked, "Where is the other party now?" "We're almost there. It's 9 o'clock, so we shouldn't be late." "Let's go and welcome him. Let's see who has such good taste. We haven't seen him yet." Fong Ping chuckled. Fong Ping had never heard of the name of the company he was investing in. It was not well known. The other party had been negotiating with Li Qingze and the others. Fong Ping had not seen them even once. They had the guts to spend 30 million to buy 30% of Distance's F&B platform at this time. Perhaps 30 million was not a lot for a big organization or a big corporation. However, for a small company like this, an investment of 30 million was not a small amount. Fong Ping did not bring them far. He stood at the conference room door for a while. Soon, 5 or 6 people walked toward them from the corridor. From a distance, Li Qingze whispered, The one at the front is the Deputy General Manager of New Marshall Fund, Jiang Yuanhao, CEO Jiang. He seems to be a martial artist too. Li Qingzi did not need to introduce him. Fang Ping had already noticed him from a distance. Fang Ping could not tell whether he was a rank 2 martial artist or a peak or upper stage. Jiang Yuanhao was not old either. He looked about 30 years old. He looked gentle and wore gold-rimmed glasses. He was taller than Fang Ping, at least 8 meters. As soon as Li Qingzi finished speaking, Fang Ping stepped forward and extended his hand with a smile. CEO Jiang, it's our first time meeting. Sorry for the delay. Jiang Yuanhao had already extended his hand and shook Fang Ping's. He said with a smile, Mr. Fang, it's understandable that you've been busy. You've improved so quickly in martial arts. I'm honored that you've taken the time to meet me. CEO Jiang, you're slapping me in the face, but I've been cultivating lately. I'm really sorry. The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries before entering the conference room together. Jiang Yuanhao did not have the slyness of a businessman, or rather, he did not feel the need to be like this with Fang Ping. He went straight to the point as soon as he sat down. Mr. Fang, we'll sign the contract according to our agreement. 30 million for 30% of Distance's F&B shares. One of our reasons for investing in Distance's F&B is that we're optimistic about it. Another reason is that we believe that Mr. Fang will go further in martial arts in the future and bring more benefits to our partnership. However, seeing him looking at him, Fang Ping said with a smile, CEO Jiang, you can talk about any conditions. You don't have to worry too much. When doing business, you can't just let one party bear the risk. Mr. Fang, you're a straightforward man. Then I'll cut to the chase. Before we came, the company hoped that we could add a clause to the contract. Jiang Yuanhao paused and continued, New Marshall is investing in Mr. Fang's Distance, not anyone else's. So if there's a change in Distance's ownership and Mr. Fang is no longer the CEO, we have the right to ask for compensation. Fang Ping understood what he meant. He thought for a moment and said, sure. The New Marshall Fund invested half in companies and half in people. If Fang Ping decided to sell Distance, then New Marshall investors' overbid would be in vain. Fang Ping could understand the other party's request. As for the amount of compensation, the New Marshall Fund's clause was 3 times the contract price. Fang Ping did not care too much about this. He would think about it when the time came. If he really made money, he would not care about this. Even if he did make money, Fang Ping would not quit. Whether he made a loss or went bankrupt were all other factors. It had nothing to do with Fang Ping. Both parties quickly signed the contract. Once it was signed, Fang Ping thought for a moment and said, if it's convenient for you, I hope that the 30 million can be transferred to your account as soon as possible. This was an acquisition, not financing. Regardless of whether it was an acquisition or financing, even if the contract was signed, the payment would not usually be so quick. No payment meant that the contract had not been officially signed. Fang Ping knew the system's character. The system would not evaluate his wealth without an official agreement. Jiang Yuanhao was slightly surprised to hear Fang Ping's urgency, but he still smiled and said, sure. We also believe that Distance and Mr. Fang will not disappoint us. 30 million was not much, but it was not little either. However, Fang Ping was a rank 3 martial artist. He did not want to ruin his reputation. Moreover, the contract had been signed. A day earlier or a day later would not make much of a difference. If you're in a hurry, Mr. Fang, I'll talk to the company when I get back. The funds will be transferred to your account within 3 days. Fang Ping calculated for a moment. 3 days was only the 18th. He smiled and said, sorry for the trouble. I'm really in urgent need this time. Jiang Yuanhao seemed to know something. He thought for a moment and said, Mr. Fang, are you buying some necessities? Yes. I see. Jiang Yuanhao thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll call the company now and try to get them to complete the follow-up procedures as soon as possible. We can't delay Mr. Fong's business. It was normal to go into the catacombs and buy all kinds of pills and weapons in advance. Although Jiang Yuanhao was not a rank 3 martial artist, he should have some understanding of the catacombs. He might have guessed Fong Ping's purpose. After signing the contract and investing in distance in Fong Ping, he naturally did not want Fong Ping to die young. Jiang Yuanhao was a man of his word. He called the new Marshall Fund on the spot. Fong Ping hurriedly thanked him, and the collaboration was officially finalized. As for the specific details of the cooperation and the supervision of the personnel, Fong Ping did not care. New Marshall's entry coincidentally prevented Li Qingze from monopolizing power. This was a good thing for Fong Ping. He did not have to find someone to supervise him. Everyone had lunch together. During the meal, Fong Ping had a general understanding of the new Marshall Fund. The new Marshall Fund had not been established for long. Its headquarters was not in Magic City, but in Capital City. Although it had only been established for a short period of time, it still had a lot of capital. For more than a year, it had invested a lot in both Magic City and Capital City. According to Jiang Yuanhao, they were mostly investing in students from the Big Two. Rather than saying they were investing in the enterprise, it was more like they were investing in the enterprise's owner. Students from the Big Two would usually have a good future after graduating. However, it was not uncommon to see a freshman like Fong Ping. Although Jiang Yuanhao's strength was not as good as Fong Ping's, he was more knowledgeable. During the meal, they also talked about the situation of the martial arts universities. This included some of the geniuses. The leader of this batch of CCMAU's graduating seniors is Li Hansong, a junior this year. Li Hansong has already entered upper stage rank 4 and is expected to reach rank 5 before graduation. After Li Hansong, CCMAU's sophomores don't have any outstanding students, but there are a few freshmen. Han Su entered rank 3 a few days ago. It has been confirmed that he is thrice honed, which is the same as Mr. Fong. Fong Wenxiang has also entered peak rank 2 and is expected to reach rank 3. The 8 School Alliance is also full of geniuses. In the past few years, all the schools have been experiencing a spurt of geniuses, including the normal martial arts universities. NMAU's Wang Jinyang is likely to enter upper stage rank 4. As for MCMAU, other than Mr. Fong, there are also many geniuses. Xie Lei has already entered peak rank 3. Mr. Fong has also entered middle stage rank 3. Your classmates Zhao Lei, Qin Yunqi, and the rest are only a step away from peak rank 2. In the next few years, I think there will be more rank 3 martial artists in all the universities than before. Rank 4 and 5 martial artists will not be uncommon either. To be able to reach this stage in university is something that I can only look up to. Jiang Yuanhao had also graduated from a martial arts university. It was a pity that he was only at peak rank 1 after graduation. Now he had entered peak rank 2 and was expected to reach rank 3. However, compared to the elites of the martial arts universities, the gap was not small. There was almost a 10-year gap between them. After chatting for a while and eating, both parties went their separate ways. Fong Ping did not go to the company again. He was slightly anxious, not knowing when the money would arrive. As he waited, Fong Ping received a text message at 6 p.m. The money had arrived. 6 million. This was the money Fong Ping had received. Seeing that the 30 million was suddenly reduced, Fong Ping remembered that he had to pay taxes for the transfer of his shares. He suddenly felt powerless to complain. The tax rate for martial artists was actually quite low. For ordinary people, if they sold their shares for 30 million, they would have to deduct at least 5 million in taxes. Fong Ping could not care less about the money. He quickly checked his wealth. Wealth, 80. 5 million vitality. For 150 calories, 999 calories. Mentality, for 120 hertz, 519 hertz. Bones honed, 177 bones, 90%. 29 bones, 30%. It's done. When he saw that his wealth had increased from tens of thousands to more than 80 million, Fang Ping was overjoyed. This time he sold 30% of the FNB platform's shares for 30 million, which meant that the platform's value had reached 100 million. Fang Ping held 70% of the platform's shares and received 27.6 million in cash. After deducting the money he had invested in the platform, his assets had increased by about 80 million. Awesome! Fang Ping's face lit up instantly. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was timely. Fang Ping could not care less about his joy. He quickly called Jiang Yuanhao and thanked him. Jiang Yuanhao had transferred the money to him so quickly. He was really happy. With his wealth in hand and some extra money on him, Fang Ping began to think about a problem. If I pay off the credit debt now, will my wealth still increase? Fang Ping did not hold out much hope for this. However, it was his first time borrowing credits like this. Maybe the system would make a mistake? With a little hope, Fang Ping logged into MCMAU's platform and exchanged 19.8 million in cash for 660 credits. Together with the remaining credits, he had 1,000 credits and deposited them into his personal account. After the credits were returned, his wealth did not change at all. Fang Ping could not help but shake his head. He knew that this would not happen. To him, borrowing credits was not worth it. His own credits might even give him more wealth in the end than the value of the credits. However, the borrowed credits would be returned with money in the end. There was no room for growth. Obviously, it would not increase his wealth. What a pity. Otherwise, if I transferred it a few more times, wouldn't my wealth keep increasing? Slightly regretful, Fang Ping did not force it. If the system was really that stupid, Fang Ping's wealth would have already reached a few billion. He would not have to worry about wealth anymore. Now I don't lack wealth, but I can't use it carelessly now. I'll only use it for battle consumption. I'll save the rest for when my wealth reaches 100 million. More than 80 million wealth sounded like a lot, but Fang Ping's vitality was close to 1,000 calories now. If he really encountered an intense battle, his vitality would be depleted too quickly. In one go, a few million wealth would be gone. These wealth points had to be spent sparingly. I'm preparing to enter the catacombs to spend 10 million wealth. In other words, this time I have to earn at least 30 million to ensure that my wealth reaches 100 million. 30 million. If I'm lucky, I'll find a cultivation-aiding energy stone that weighs more than 30 grams. That should be enough. It doesn't seem too difficult. Fang Ping mumbled to himself. In the end, he even said to himself, I'll have to pay more attention to the company in the future. If it's valued at tens of billions one day, I won't have to worry about my wealth anymore. Half of the investment he had made in the company had been recovered in one go. His capital was only a few million short. However, his wealth had increased by 80 million. On top of that, his other businesses were still in his hands. The express delivery company, the MCMAU platform. These businesses seemed worthless now, but sooner or later he would make a fortune. Fang Ping firmly believed that as long as society was not in chaos, I don't have to put in too much effort, and I don't have to take risks either. Other than the longer time, it's much more cost-effective than doing missions. Fang Ping was happy for a while. The uneasiness he had been feeling for the past few days vanished into thin air. Chapter 230. After paying off his debts, Fang Ping was left with close to 8 million in cash. Remembering that he had to return to Sun City tomorrow, Fang Ping went to the logistics department to buy a resurrection pill. In reality, he could choose not to go to the logistics department. However, Fang Ping liked to chat with Old Manly there. Sometimes, Old Manly would say things that were helpful to Fang Ping. Logistics department. Fang Ping spent 6 million on a resurrection pill. It had to be said that this thing was shockingly expensive. However, the resurrection pill was very effective in healing internal injuries. Fang Ping's internal organs were damaged by a punch from the Grand Missionary, but he was back to full health with just one pill. As for Chunyinchi, she had swallowed a resurrection pill after being injured by a rank one martial artist during the championship. Other than being rich and willful, Fang Ping had nothing else to say. Don't try to reap any benefits the first time you're in the catacombs. Recently, Old Man Li might have been too bored and could not lift his spirits. God knows where he got his hands on a long-barreled opium pipe and started his life of smoking. As he smoked, Old Man Li advised, familiarize yourself with the environment the first time you go down. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Try not to stray from the team. Prepare more blood and qi replenishing pills. These aren't expensive, but in the catacombs, unless you have an energy mine, you can only eat raw food. Blood and qi replenishing pills are cheap and can fill your stomach. They're pretty good. I have a batch of fruit-flavored blood and qi replenishing pills. Do you want some? Fang Ping was speechless. Pill companies were becoming more and more humane these days. They were even starting to improve the taste. No need. You can keep them for yourself. Old Man Li did not mind. He puffed out the smoke and said contentedly, Of course, there are good things in the catacombs. There are all kinds of food in the catacombs, too. Fruits taste the best. If you have the chance, bring some back for me. I haven't had them in a while. Yes, I'll keep them for you when I see them. Also, don't treat the catacombs humans like fools when you're in the catacombs. No one is. If you treat them like fools, then you're the real fool. Old Man Li's expression turned serious. Don't think of them as lowly creatures. They've gone much further than we have. Many people entered the catacombs, saw the primitive ecological environment of the catacombs, saw the ancient city. They all felt that the catacombs' human civilization and evolution were much worse than theirs. That was an illusion. It can only be said that both sides have different evolutionary paths, and it doesn't mean that Earth is superior to them. Don't treat them like fools and try to fool them. In fact, it's hard to fool them even if you don't understand what they're saying. Fang Ping's interest was piqued. Teacher, have humans not learned the catacombs language yet? It's not that easy. The main difficulty lies in communication. Old Man Li explained, the catacombs humans are unwilling to communicate with humans. You have to understand that language can only be spread and learned through communication. They're not willing to communicate with us, so it is naturally difficult for us to learn and master their language. When we meet, the first thing we do is fight to the death. But over the years, we've also seized quite a number of books from the catacombs, including the exchange of information between the two armies during a war. Although some of the captive catacombs martial artists were unwilling to communicate with us, they would still curse at us. Come to think of it, humans seem to have mastered quite a bit of their curse language. Fang Ping was speechless. Up until now, he had only learned to curse. Although he thought it was useless, Fang Ping was still interested. Teacher, teach me a few curse words. You want to learn? Yes. It's a good way to provoke your opponent. If they run away, you might be able to curse them back. Old Man Li looked at him for a while and said suddenly, Naegukali. Fang Ping was confused. What do you mean? Transliteration. Old Man Li grinned. Basically, it means, come on, King kill me if you dare. Fang Ping coughed dryly. Old Man Li laughed. This is quite effective. It's enough to provoke people. When the catacombs humans are captured, they say this the most. Obviously, to them, this sentence is full of provocation because they are not afraid of death. So you can try. The prerequisite is that you don't stupidly provoke powerhouses. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Even if you don't provoke them, you'll still die. That's not necessarily true. Just like how human grandmasters would not purposely kill the weak when they enter the catacombs, the powerhouses of the catacombs would rarely purposely kill the weak. On one hand, it's because of the difference in life level. The weak are no threat to them. On the other hand, it's a kind of unspoken rule. Soldiers fight soldiers, generals fight generals. This is also a rule that both sides tacitly agree on. Of course, this only refers to when their strengths are equal. When the war starts and there are too many powerhouses on one side, this rule will no longer exist. The more powerhouses will kill the weaker ones on the other side. This is the norm. Fong Ping nodded slightly. He made a mental note of this. If he encountered a catacombs powerhouse that he could not defeat, he still had to pretend to be weak. At most, he would come back and take revenge. Also, after entering the catacombs, you'll only be rank 3. Don't participate in the catacombs army's battle. Old Man Li said sternly, when it comes to the army's battle, martial artists in the 3 lower ranks who have not trained or experienced it will die faster than the average person if they join hastily. If you encounter a battle with more than 1,000 people, the first thing you have to do is run. Once the catacombs army has more than 1,000 people, there's a high chance that middle-ranked martial artists will be besieged to death. Understood? Also, in the catacombs, be careful of wild creatures. Their threat is no less than the catacombs humans, maybe even greater. Remember, don't go near Sky Gate City recklessly. It's extremely dangerous. Also, to the south of the stronghold is the sea. Don't go out to sea. Many humans go out to sea, but after so many years, almost no one has returned alive. If you encounter the catacombs women, the elderly, and children, if you can't bear to kill them, then avoid them. However, don't be compassionate. Contact them and save them. Sometimes the catacombs humans will encounter danger too. They will encounter ferocious beasts in the wild, martial artists in the villages, natural disasters. You can ignore them, but remember, don't rescue them. Most of the time it's a trap. Don't eat whatever you see. You won't even know how you died. Finally, if you encounter a human in danger, remember, don't think of rescuing a human who is stronger than you. If he's stronger than you, and he's in danger, you'll be in even more danger. Old Man Li told him many things to take note of. Fong Ping noted them down one by one. These were all words of experience. He had to pay attention, lest he made mistakes. Before Fong Ping left, Old Man Li thought for a while and suddenly said in a low voice, other than familiar people and trustworthy people, don't trust anyone outside the human stronghold, even if you encounter the army in the wild. Fong Ping stopped in his tracks. Lu Fengru probably meant the same thing. The human heart is the hardest to see through. Some people are heroes in our eyes. They fight against strong enemies, slaughter the catacombs humans, protect their homes, and defend their country. However, that doesn't mean they won't do bad things. When they encounter danger, they might use you as bait, a target to escape, or they might lack pills and supplies. When they encounter their own kind, it's better for you to die than for him to die. No one will know anyway. After killing you and robbing you of your resources, he'll continue to kill the catacombs creatures after he breaks through. He'll still be a hero in everyone's eyes. Maybe in his eyes, you've helped him and humanity. Your death is worth it. But is it worth it to you? Old Man Li's tone was complicated. He murmured, "These things have been recorded." Back then, a rank 6 general from the military department led a team deep into the catacombs. They encountered danger and met a team of martial arts university students. They asked for help, but the other party did not agree. The general from the military department massacred these students and robbed them of their pills and supplies. After that, the team was rescued. Most of the team of 1,000 people came back alive. This general was not completely devoid of humanity. He reported it to the military department and took all the responsibility. That day, he launched a surprise attack on Skygate City's military camp and died in battle. This also appeased the martial arts university's anger. However, he can say it, but can everyone? Hearing this, Fong Ping's mood suddenly became terrible and complicated. Old Man Li's mood was also very complicated. He said lightly, "I'm not telling you all this to tell you how evil people can be. These are the minority. They rarely happen. I just want to tell you to be smarter. Don't be stupid and think that humans are a family in the catacombs. Humans are social creatures. In a crowd, they can maintain their humanity, but in the wild, that may not be the case. Got it. Go. Old Man Lee did not say anything else. He leaned on the chair and smoked his pipe. The logistics department was already empty. Old Man Lee's work was getting less and less. On June 16th, Fong Ping drove back to Sun City early in the morning. Fong Ping arrived at Scenic Lake Gardens at 10:30 in the morning. After getting out of the car, he saw the uncles and aunties sitting on the stone benches, playing cards and chatting idly. Fong Ping felt a little envious. Once the government publicized the catacombs information, would these situations still exist? Probably not. Everyone was in danger. When that time came, the elderly would lose their smiles, the children would lose their innocence. Everyone would pursue strength. People would be impatient, and social order would be chaotic. All of this was foreseeable. I hope that day doesn't come. Fong Ping muttered to himself. Everyone becoming a soldier sounded uplifting, but if they really entered that era, even the last pure land might not exist. At home, Fong Ping opened the door and entered. As soon as he entered, Fong Yuan threw herself at him happily. She said excitedly, "Fong Ping, you're back." Fong Ping smiled and reached out to pinch her cheek. "If I didn't come back, you would have torn me apart." "I wouldn't." Fong Yuan giggled and said hurriedly, "Brother, did you drive back? Did you buy a car?" "Yes." "Can you take me for a ride?" "No. Exams are tomorrow." "Why would you want to go for a ride?" "Behave yourself." Fong Yuan pouted unhappily, but she quickly giggled again. "Brother, you're a rank 3 martial artist now." "Yes." "You're even on the rank 3 combat strength ranking." "That's amazing." "My teachers and classmates say that you're the #1 martial artist in Sun City." Fong Ping laughed. "Who said that?" Sun City was small, but there were still powerhouses. Over the years, a rank 5 martial artist had left the city, although he had already moved his residence. Even if he did not count that person, Wang Jinyang might have achieved upper stage rank 4. He was much stronger than Fong Ping. Also, over the years, many students from Sun City had entered martial arts universities. Although most of them were weak, mostly rank 1 and 2, many of them had graduated many years ago. Who knew if any of them had achieved rank 4? Fong Ping did not ask about this. Saying that Fong Ping was the #1 martial artist in Sun City was obviously an overstatement. However, the rank 4 and rank 5 rankings had not been made public, so many people did not know about them. There was no ranking for rank 6, and no one from Sun City was on the Grandmaster ranking. Speaking of which, according to the public ranking, Fong Ping was indeed the strongest. The siblings chatted for a while before Li Yuan came downstairs. Seeing Fong Ping, she was stunned for a moment, then glared at Fong Yuan. Obviously, this was Fong Yuan's idea. The couple did not ask Fong Ping to come back to take the exams. Now that her son was home, Li Yuan hurried out to buy groceries. Fong Ping could not stop her. After her mother left, Fong Yuan suddenly whispered, "Fong Ping, did you kill someone?" Fong Ping was not surprised. He had seen the rank 3 ranking later and knew what was going on. Hearing his sister's question, Fong Ping chuckled. "Scared?" "No. It's just, Fong Ping, you killed bad people, right?" "Yes." "I told you. You must have killed bad people." Fong Yuan seemed relieved. She giggled. "I'm not scared. When I become a martial artist, we'll kill bad people together. What do you know, little girl?" Fong Ping ruffled her hair. She talked about killing people as if they were chickens when they had never experienced it. Only when they had experienced it would they know that killing was not something that could be done with words. Fong Ping did not say much. He patted her head and checked her vitality. The girl's vitality was almost 140 calories. Her improvement was not slow. "After the exams, I'll give you a big gift." "Do well." "Big gift." Fong Yuan's eyes lit up. She asked in surprise, "What big gift?" "I'm not telling you now. You'll know when the time comes." Fang Ping kept it a secret and did not tell her. He would not tell the girl that he had prepared a lot of things for her. The basic combat techniques, cultivation videos, and cultivation manuals that Wang Jinyang had given him had been brought to school, and he had brought them back this time. This included some of Fang Ping's own understanding of combat techniques. Although his combat techniques' cultivation progress was average, as Fang Yuan's brother, Fang Ping wrote down everything in detail. Outsiders would not be so responsible. Other techniques, such as Zhang Dingnan's manic explosion and Lu Fengru's blood arrow method, were not allowed to be leaked, but Fang Ping still kept them to himself. He wrote down a detailed cultivation method and brought it back with him. Zhang Dingnan's manic explosion, which had been modified after he entered the Grandmaster realm, and Lu Fengru's blood arrow method were both top-notch, middle-ranked combat techniques. It was difficult for outsiders to learn these combat techniques. Even martial arts university students might not be able to learn them. Finally, there was a bank card. Fang Ping put his remaining 2 million into the card. He left all these things for Fang Yuan. Fang Ping was actually quite nervous about entering the catacombs this time. Too many martial artists had died in the catacombs. Fang Ping could not calm himself down since it was his first time entering. He wondered if the girl would break down when she found a big bag of books when she was expecting the big gift after the exams.